journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life to your soldier faith, your dream. It burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you. Seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory. The blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the Lost Temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer!
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the Alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, topmost third, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side. my loyal...
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
Dare you hurt our people? Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. An earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspired to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on an icy flood do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand. Your faith, your dream, it burns deep inside.
What is going on, Governors? Chisgul here today to cast with Dragothian for the Ark of Osiris Anniversary Grand Prix. I am super hyped for today's matchup where we're going to be watching Japan All-Stars battle against OneV. This should be an amazing matchup. Dragothian, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Just as you, I'm very, very much up early and got the coffee going. So we're in good shape here. And just like you as well, I am looking very much forward to this 1v Camo matchup. Camo did really well last week. We were here last Friday, Chisco and I casting this match, and I saw some very solid performance from this team. Obviously, everybody knows 1v, right? I mean, 1v is kind of a household name at this point in the rock community. So really looking forward to see if they can match up to the big boys. I mean, this is something that most teams want to get to. This is what they aspire to. So let's see if the, I don't know if you want to call them an underdog or not, but I mean, they're in the Grand Prix. Let's go ahead and see what they can do.
Yeah, you know, this is the most grand stage for participating in Osiris gameplay. And I will say, as a reminder, there will be a few notifications popping up just below us. One of those is to use this code to get some free stuff in-game. I haven't entered that code myself yet, so I gotta see, is it speed ups or what's in there? But use the code down below to get some free stuff in-game, to prep and get ready. You enter your code, you get some popcorn, because this game should be freaking fire. These teams are extremely top tier, and just to give you a little bit of context, 1v is an invited team. This is based on their performance in regular Ark of Osiris League. Japan All-Stars, Camo, is a team that is formed specifically to participate in this tournament, where, as a reminder, the playing field is leveled from a commander standpoint, from an equipment standpoint. Everybody has access to fully maxed commanders. Everybody has access to 5 pieces of each legendary equipment item. The only real variation will be the civilization that you choose, maybe the city theme that you choose, and they do have access to, I think, every city theme available. So there are some choices to be made around what specifically you do with your account, but otherwise, it's all about execution, and really clean execution, by the way, of the strategy that your team employs. So this should be really hype, and if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, you should. Dragothian and I both cast here on the official Rise of Kingdoms channel for Osiris League, and we're here all day long casting this tournament.
All day. Oh boy, settling in is very, very fun. You know, one thing really quick, you mentioned the skins. I would love to, as we get into the match here in just a little bit, maybe we can save this conversation for then, but kind of bring up maybe some of the city skins you would use in the situation, because I don't think you can change them mid-match. So you got to get them set up before you start the match. So I guess if you had to pick one, what would it be? Maybe the folks in chat can also throw their ideas in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a look at what players are using and try to key into this, because obviously there are implications for what you might choose for your account. And I really enjoy spectating players that are this exceptional, because there's just so much we can learn from the way that they play this game. This is our 12 UTC matchup today. 1v versus Camo. Very hyped to see which team will win. I don't know who will pull out the victor here. However, I think I would lean towards 1v being the invited team as having edge here. What do you think, Drago?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier. I think that, you know, as we look at the lineups for the teams here, lots of standout names that most people are recognizing that have been following the Osiris League platform and certainly have been players in Rise of Kingdoms for a while. 1v certainly being the incumbent to beat, having been a previous champion of Osiris League in one of the biggest realms in the game. So no doubt, as we look at the captain of Player Unknown for 1v, and then Asian Drum, Burberry Lover, and Ash Kandi, and then 2 other names on there as well. I just, I'm looking forward to seeing these guys obviously perform really well, but I always, in the bottomest of my heart, root for the underdog, right? So I'm really looking to see what Camo can bring to the table, Chisel.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a more exciting matchup when it's super close. We're hoping that the players that you see on screen here, these are the main players for the Camo lineup, will deliver the heat. And there are also 5 substitutes, by the way, for each team. The captain and their highlighted players now on the screen. Here we go, baby. We're entering into the match, and the excitement begins. We can see we have OneV in blue, player unknown at the front. We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds until this matchup begins. As a reminder, the strategy here is to have people teleport into the Ark of Osiris match to enter it in a sequence so that you control exactly where each of these players lines up in the configuration you're looking for. This actually turns out to be really important for a number of reasons. I myself have sometimes ended up really far away from my rally lead if we enter into the matchup in a weird order. And so it's really important that you actually have players grouped together in certain ways. So this might not seem like a big part of the matchup, but there is a lot of strategy that goes into the exact order in which cities enter into the Ark of Osiris matchup. I don't know, Drago, have you also experienced that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and you can tell, you know, team-wise, when you're fighting somebody in Ark of Osiris or Osiris League, and then obviously these guys get the luxury and the privilege to fight in the Grand Prix, you can tell when a team is very organized, because that's one of those small things that makes a big difference if you really think about it. I mean, like you said, if you got a person joining from the very back of your pack, a rally leader that's on the first 1 or 2 rows, you might actually delay that rally going out by 10, 15 seconds. And again, in the Grand Prix, and especially in the Osiris League system, where you have seconds meaning the difference between capturing or losing a structure, rallies hitting or not hitting at the right timing, that could be everything.
Yeah, 100%. That was the experience I had as I was joining a rally to our own obelisk. I was using Jad YSS. I was using full cavalry for what it's worth, but I was going to be 15 seconds late to the rally launching. And that's in part because in Ark of Osiris, there's a 60-second window for the rally launching. So unlike what you're used to in rallies in KVK or Home Kingdom, these rallies go really, really quickly because it's only a 1-hour matchup, so the pacing has to be really fast. And I expect the pacing will be extremely fast in this matchup. I don't know about you, Drago, but I would anticipate probably in the realm of like a 5,000 point game. I mean, I think it should be pretty close. What do you think might be the spread of points here for this matchup?
Yeah, as this thing kicks off here right this second, I think that's about right. That's a good conservative estimate, right? I think that we all don't want blowouts, but at the same time, I'm really curious to see if Camo can step it up and make this, as we go to this amazing split screen, less than a 5,000 point game. That would be amazing. That's a little bit over 1 arc with some provisioning, which is, in my opinion, that 5,000 or less total is really, really close match. So, I mean, if we can get it to that point, I think Camo has done a fantastic job. Otherwise, if OneV just sits here and dominates like they have in the past in other Osiris League playoff systems and Ark of Osiris, obviously, we're gonna see if they can pull it out.
Yeah, I did notice a lot of cavalry on their way out here, and because you've got access to all this equipment and all these commanders, it does make sense that you would have many presets already set up for the start of this matchup. There's Hard Push being activated by Camo. Hard Push making it so that you march faster with your rallies and capture buildings faster. Very important. 1V also activated Hard Push. So there is a mirror play here. This is important. That costs 3 ability points. Those ability points accrue over time as you play through the matchup here, and extra ability points are awarded to the team that is losing. Here's the grab on the obelisk, nearly simultaneous for both blue and red, signaling that both of them have perfectly optimized this entry, which is equidistant to both sides. Now we wait for the further side obelisk to get captured, and once that has happened, we'll see if we've got a fully even matchup for the entrance here. I do notice 1 outpost is in the hands of 1V ahead of Camo. So that could be a signal. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Camo beat 1V in order to grabbing the structure. So it does look like they perhaps intentionally skipped going to that outpost. Although they are losing some points per minute, they get their teleports slightly faster. Hopefully, someone will make their way over to that very soon to pick that up. Otherwise, there's some asymmetry in the initial point gain here. Now, the initial point gain is really important, Drago, and I'm interested in your thoughts on how things are going to play out to get the initial capture points on these structures.
You know, we just saw both teams really going towards this Desert Altar on their opponent's lane. Obviously, right now, we've got the rallies out as well with the outposts and the obelisks. And, you know, we always have talked about the outpost rallies as well and if they're really relevant or not. But I think the main thing that we're talking about now is going to be what you're seeing right now, this massive push from both teams going after their opponent's Desert Altars. You said it just a second ago. The points at the beginning are critical. There's a lot of points up for grabs with these initial capture points for each one of these structures. If you can take away one altar, that's 750 extra points in your team's pockets. If you can go and take a shrine, that's more and more points. That's why both of these teams really focusing on the Desert Altar on their opponent's side, trying to do what they can to get those points away from their other team. That's a 1,500 point swing if you can get that. So that's really strong.
Here we do see, by the way, a lot of pressure on the Desert Altar. That's 1V into the Camo Desert Altar area. A part of the reason that this is possible is purely the distance. This is considered to be the weak side altar. That's the Desert Altar is considered weak side altar because the enemy can advance so quickly to this altar to fight you. So this is really important to see how this fight breaks out. You can see the cavalry really paying off, almost entirely cavalry, a few archers by 1V to get to this position. Primarily cavalry, however, a little bit more of a blend perhaps from Camo to try to now battle for the Desert Altar. Same thing happening on the other side. Big brawl going on. I don't know which team is going to get these Desert Altars, but I do know that the position 1V is created and what we're seeing on the main screen here is absolutely crucial. They can freely walk into that Desert Altar. And you know what I find impressive is, where's their garrison captain? They're around here somewhere, hiding, waiting for that right moment to step into this structure. So far, uncontested in their ability to do so. Now, a few Camo All-Star players breaking out, looking to pressure the players sitting back behind. They find the Jad. Crucial pickup here to take down this Jad so they can get into the structure and deny 1V the opportunity to put a proper captain in. We've got 20 seconds to get that job done. Two Jads now scrambling, trying to stay alive. They don't need to fight. They just need to live. One Jad, 50% down. The other Jad, full health. I think they'll have an opportunity to get in this structure, even with a fraction of health. That will do. 3, 2, 1. Structures can now be contested. And who gets it? 1V with the Jad into the altar. Oh man, that hurts.
Yeah, I want to point out too as this fight continues, because obviously Camo is not going to allow this to stand. They're definitely going to get this back and try and hold it away from 1V. I'm curious if there's going to be any reinforcements to try and retake this back from 1V, or if they're going to start going to the middle with 6 minutes and 45 seconds. But what I wanted to point out, what 1V did to get there so quickly, they had specific cavalry commanders that they used to, because if you look at the other side, 1V was able to get in front of their own Desert Altar with their own marches ahead of Camo, whereas 1V was also able to get behind the Desert Altar from Camo themselves. So they were able to get there because they were using Mina Genghis, they were using Double C primaries, they were using Ethelfled primaries, they were using Jaimir, which is a mobility garrison commander. All of those commanders they were using were, at least in some way, shape, or form, because of their talent spec and their skills on the commanders, faster than your standard XY William, XY Nevsky, those types of commanders. So they were able to get in front of that. Unfortunately for them, though, they were cleared pretty effectively by Camo, and then they obviously took their own Desert Altar back. So it's going to delay those starting points for Camo, but it's not going to be a critical damage hit as they refresh their marches and look to go into the middle here in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is a really good insight. First does not mean better. 1V got there
not
first,
all the time.
but Camo won the fight. And they've won that fight in 2 locations. And we've got only 45 seconds till first capture of points will actually be awarded to Camo, taking the weak side altar from 1V. So there's only 30 seconds left for 1V to muster a force, buy the altar, and then try to take it. Meanwhile, Shrine of War being pressured. I actually love this play by Camo, pressing through their own Desert Altar to the opposing side. 1V, Shrine of War. Try to grab that really quickly because there's only 5 minutes till the arc spawns. And then, well, if you're not in the arc area with, what, like 3 minutes till arc time, 2 minutes till arc time, you're basically late. So we're about to see a huge mid-brawl, and we see Camo all over this field. 3 altars currently in the hands of Camo.
Yeah, you got it, Chisco. I mean, I'm looking at this map, and I'm looking at the strategy from Camo, and like you said, I'm really liking what they're doing here. Focusing structures very early, knowing that maybe this first arc is going to go 1V's way. Or, you know, I wonder if they understand that maybe 1V's prowess on the open field, especially in that mid-fight, is so strong, they want to focus structure all game. I'm curious to see if that's what they do. Continuing to hit hard push every 10 minutes would be a sign of that. And then again, not wasting a whole lot of points in the middle to maybe hold. Maybe they used alliance skills that were helpful to retain structures. Like I can't remember the name of the skill off the top of my head, where it helps you hold the structure with damage reduction, and then also rally damage bonuses from some other skills like takedown. So I mean, if we can see some of these things happening throughout the match, we'll know what Camo's doing. But I do like what they're doing right now. They could actually drop this Shrine of War here. They've got the swarming marches, and there it is. Fantastic job. Now again, this reduces the stats that 1V has to bring to the middle, but again, I don't know if, based off what I was seeing, Camo is going to have quite enough to bring to the middle as early as possible, considering 1V is almost there. Although I do see both teams in the middle. We'll have to see how this plays out.
You know, the first arc is the arc to neglect. If you're going to neglect one, it's the first arc. It's worth the least amount of points. The points go up 500 every single time that it's scored. I like the absolute aggression that we're seeing from Camo. We do see a recovery from 1V taking their own altar back, and just now their Shrine of Life. So the only structure difference here is the Shrine of War, which is flashing and under pressure, as few of the marches that tried to sneak their way into the middle are now getting mowed down by an overwhelming force. We see that 1V has successfully positioned themselves at the temple area and will likely be the first, but first it doesn't mean that you win the fight. In fact, I would think that at this point, a lot of marches from Camo will be refreshing. Now, this makes the attack that they made on all those structures a little bit dangerous. They do get the altar back, by the way, on the weak side for 1V. So Camo now holding 1V's Desert Altar yet again. This is major point disruption in even just a worst case scenario for Camo, but a best case scenario, they get a bunch of points. And I believe that they got the first capture points as well for that one altar. If they didn't get them, then certainly they will flip over soon. And oh my gosh, Drago, they got the obelisk for 1V as well. What is happening here in the structure game for 1V? Camo is absolutely dismantling the structure game that 1V is playing here.
Yeah, I've never seen 1V lose structures like this. They did just get that obelisk back, thank goodness for them, but they still are down an altar and a shrine on that top lane. I think this is just going to what we were talking earlier. They're really just kind of neglecting this mid-fight right now and going heavy on structures, trying to hold these things. Look at the points. They're up by 2,300 points already. I mean, that's almost an arc, that first arc. So, I mean, we're looking pretty good if you're a Camo fan. And now they actually are coming to the middle, and it looks like 1V is going to allow it for the most part. You have this one player doing a great job hitting some of the reinforcements coming from the top lane here, but he will eventually get cleared out. And with 1 minute 15 seconds left before this arc spawns, I don't think he's going to be relevant in this fight until maybe a minute after this arc is spawned. So if 1V doesn't really start to shore up this structure game, I think Japan All-Stars might actually be able to out-structure 1V, and that's something that I don't think anybody has really tried against 1V.
Yeah, this is really unexpected here. I do wonder why 1V is allowing Camo to gather up. I'll point out something important here, which is that the downside of 1V pushing into the Camo forces here is that it is moving all of 1V away from the arc area. It actually gives Camo a sort of position advantage in terms of the distance they have to walk to group up. But I think 1V is realizing, hey, we got like 25 seconds till the arc spawns. It's go time, baby. And they're moving in on those marches now. The brawl is about to unfold for the mid fight as 1V gets the Shrine of War. That's a 10-point stat swing in their favor. 5 defense and 5 attack. And here's the brawl. But are they going to use any abilities? There's hard push from Camo, saying, hey, guess what? It's a trap, baby. We're going for buildings. And 1V mirrors it. That is an interesting play, and I like the stall on using their abilities here for this fight for 1V. If you're in 1V's shoes, I mean, look, I think they're going to win this mid fight based on the numbers they had and how early they got them there. So why bother with abilities that would give us mid fight advantage? We don't need them. I think this is really interesting. They mirrored the play of Japan All-Stars, which might negate the fact that Japan All-Stars might be going for a structure game. And I say might be going as the arc is escorted away by 1V, although there is one player looking to knock them down. A bunch of players peel off from the main encounter from 1V, looking to pressure now the Desert Altar, the weak side altar for Camo, in order to perhaps get a capture. And with those numbers, I mean, that number of marches at as high health as they are, I think they've got the force they need to take this thing.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I already kind of saw them doing it, and look at the timing, Chisco. You see the rally coming in, and right as soon as it pops on that structure, here's 10, 15, 20 marches coming to clear the field and swarm. That's going to be hard to hold for Camo. I will be very impressed if Camo can hold that structure from losing it. I mean, we have attacks across the map here. Bottom lane is very, very heavy with activity. Both structures on the bottom lane for 1V are blinking, which means they are under attack. The shrine on the top lane from 1V is also under attack. We have 8 rallies on the field while the arc is moving towards the top lane obelisk for 1V. Looks like they're pretty much secured on this. And again, I think Camo really decided they didn't want to go after this heavily in the middle. So this is probably not a surprise to their strategy. But if they lose the structure on the bottom lane on the Desert Altar, I'd be curious to see if that's an adjustment. They do just lose that, but they did take the Sky Altar on the bottom lane. So a swap for a swap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we really want to see here is the fights at the buildings. The Ark is almost certainly safe going to its destination, although Dragothian, I do have a funny story for you. You know how many times you and I have talked about where to hold the Ark, right? If you're holding the Ark, we'll talk in a moment about what we think this team is going to do, if they're going to hold the Ark or not. But you're not supposed to hold the Ark right next to the obelisk. And the reason you're not supposed to hold the Ark right next to the obelisk is that someone could potentially knock down your arc carrier, and if your obelisk is empty, they walk in to your own obelisk and score the arc on your turf. Yeah, easy wins, baby. So you never want to put the arc there, but I've got to say, last week in Ark of Osiris League, I saw exactly that go down. It was the greatest arc steal of, I think, maybe not of all Rise of Kingdoms history, but it was a really amazing play. Do you think these guys are going to hold the arc, is what I'm trying to say?
If I was 1V, I don't know. I think usually they do, right? They hold the arc and they wait for themselves to get in the proper position to reset. They have rallies going out, then they capture the arc, then they push the field. It's all timed, right? It's all choreographed. But I really think Camo has kind of thrown a wrench into the plans of 1V. Not to say that 1V isn't, in the match or not on their game, but they're not used to this kind of strategy, I think. And Camo, I think, has done a great job of understanding what 1V is, right? They're a dominant open field force. They're a dominant mid-fight team. They do well in the structure game, but their strength is clearly making sure that if they want that arc in the middle, they're going to capture it. And right now, Camo's playing to those strengths and less strengths. I wouldn't even call them weaknesses for 1V, but they're less strengths, and that's the structure game. I mean, they're continuing to disrupt the points per minute flow. It's 9,000 to 5,500. Even when 1V captures this arc, they're still going to be down. If Camo continues this process and continues to be successful with what they're doing, now they just lost their own Desert Altar again, so this is a problem for their strategy. But you can see what I'm saying. I mean, if they continue this process, this is looking pretty strong for Camo, and if they can continue to play this out, I would say 1V would want to capture, to answer your question, they'd want to capture this arc as often as possible because they're going to need those arc points to make up some structure game gap.
Yeah, this is an interesting place to have deposited the arc. They brought it way back field. So this feels like a safer place to score, sort of hold the arc behind the obelisk. To me, that signals they want to hold this thing, and they want to hold it for a long time. And they've probably got a spotter watching to make sure that there isn't a sneaky force that makes its way over there. But even if they do, hopefully, because it's so far back from where you might normally expect the arc to be held, it's probably safe there. Here we see a rally XY Nevsky doing work on a Jad, probably YSS Garrison, although I do want to confirm we see boats. There they are, boats. YSS doing his thing. You know, YSS, one of the most popular garrisons in ARC history, I want to say, because, and KVK, by the way, because it does 20% extra damage when the target is below 50%. For long-running rallies and situations like this, that's very likely. Here, the ARC carrier's on the move, so maybe they got lost and needed some directions from the caravan, but I think it's more likely they want to destroy the ARC somewhere they felt was safer. I think keeping it next to a city is a good idea, but here they are bringing it back toward a city and near the obelisk, awfully close to the obelisk. Perhaps this means they're ready to score it and put those points on the board to make the matchup feel a little more even. But to your point earlier, Dragothian, they will still be behind by about 400 points if they score this arc, and that is exactly what they do.
I'm surprised they went all the way back to that caravan because it wasn't even swapped to a different player. And for those of you that don't know, a little trick of the trade inside of the Osiris League system, and certainly in the Grand Prix by extension, you can go to a caravan, drop the arc, and then pick it up with a different player, and it will reset the countdown timer on the arc respawning. So you can effectively, if you really wanted to and you were coordinated enough, you could actually keep it a one arc game and just keep swapping it from player to player to player. So there's a lot to be, you know, micro and minutia managed here if you really wanted to go that route. But like I said earlier, I really think 1V is going to have to win this match through dominating mid play and making sure they get all of the arcs, which really likens me back to an OV strategy from seasons 1 and 2 of Osiris League, where they were so dominant and obviously winning both of those matchups. So I'm well, 1 and 3, I should say. HKL won the second one. So that being said, again, I mean, we're looking at 3 altars, 4 camo in red right now, and the 4th one is under duress. So I mean, this is, I think if you're camo, right, if you're camo and you're looking at this match and say, okay, we're 1 arc down, we're 23 minutes into this match, I think you got to give yourself an A, not an A plus, because you did lose some of your structures. In fact, losing that shrine on the top lane there on their side. But I mean, A is if I wanted to know, hey, what success looked like against 1V, because right now usually 1V's up by what, 3,000-4,000 points usually. So if this is what success looks like, I would actually be very happy with the performance of my team.
Yeah, I think both teams can be really happy with how they're performing. And I will add, as I just look at the commanders on the field here, Draco, I mean, maybe I'm alone in my obsession with the interest in what commanders players have chosen, given that they have access to everything. But free-to-play Ethelflaed is all over this battlefield. She's everywhere. I mean, what's going on here? The Ethelflaed primary, as I understand it, she's got a nice AoE, big debuffs, pairs well with Trajan, who they make the secondary, and they're using Ethel primary for the extra march speed from the peacekeeping tree. Are there any other reasons that you know of that they would be using Ethel primary? Ethelflaed, with every commander in their game, they're using Ethelflaed instead of something else? I
mean, there is some march speed bonuses that Ethelflaed provides. It's really nice, especially if you're doing a mixed troop, like say a Trajan behind, or I mean, there's any number of combinations after Ethelflaed. Obviously, you got your YSGs for damage, but yeah, I mean, Ethelflaed primary debuffing those targets before the main nukes hit. I mean, that's a big help, and you do a little bit of damage at least with Ethelflaed's primary, but you do give up damage, obviously not bringing possibly not bringing like a William or a Nevsky or something like that instead of an Ethelflaed. But I doubt that these guys are not bringing those types of marches to the field too. You see a lot of people coming to the middle as well, by the way. Looking forward to the mid-fight.
A lot of
that's
Guan,
be coming
Skippy.
up.
Guan, Skippy on board. Nevsky, William. Love the choices here. We got Boudica, Esong. Great choice. Esong, by the way, really popular. They got access to every archer in the game, and they pair Esong here. I think we've covered this in previous matches, but the reason for this Esong is just the raw AoE damage. You can see they're swarming a garrison, and the Esong is hitting the commanders walking by. Like, it's just very powerful with that circle AoE.
Yeah, also YSG bringing 50% skill damage to the table too for both commanders. I mean, that's nothing to write over as well. With this rally coming in, keeping the garrison low, that's perfect for Camo to take this structure and or at least derail quite a few marches coming to the mid fight. Look at this one march going in right now to hold the fort down as they all try and pour into the middle. I would not be surprised to see at least 1 or 2 more marches going into that Shrine of War to hold it, because otherwise that will go down to this XY rally from Camo.
Yeah, there it is. Another march entered into the structure. There's the swarm on the rally. This is really good pressure, in part because we know that these Camo marches will get a quick march back to their city, but if they swarm this rally, which they're starting to do, all those marches will be lower health by the time they make it to middle. It looks like only a couple marches will pull off the storm here. Boudica Cyrus, a pairing that near and dear to my heart here. I sort of hypothesized that be one of the better pairs here doing work. We look over to the Desert Altar on the 1v side, weak side, 1v. Big swarm.
With rally, Chisco. I mean,
with rally, with captain, also swarming. I don't know where you're at with the captain joining the swarm. I think it's a good idea only if you're confident you're about to win. Because you really want to get in the initial structure so that you can be made captain, but you really don't want to reveal that you've got a Jad nearby, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of want to be more sneaky, exactly. And they're doing some evasive maneuvers now, trying to make sure they even live to the point that if it's captured, they'll be able to jump in, but it doesn't look like it will. Looks like a good hold here on the part of 1v, as now we should be looking to mid with 3 minutes till this fight unfolds. What will happen? And boom, there we are in the middle. Good positioning here, favorable yet again for 1v. Now, although Camo had the advantage going into the first arc with a point lead that was significant, now the scoreboard's even. So if 1v runs away with this arc, just the same as they ran away with the first arc, Camo was going to have huge problems.
I agree. And I will say, so something to note, we're at 33 minutes. That 10-minute timer for hard push is up, and I haven't seen it pop up. Maybe I missed it, but I haven't seen either team pop that, which means to me we're going to see maximum alliance skills in this mid-fight. Camo shifting their strategy and going for this arc. 3,500 points on the line for whoever wins this arc. That's going to pop in just under 2 minutes. Like you said, Camo is on the... I don't know what you want to call it, but they're definitely on the back foot here when it comes to positioning. 1v holding a solid foundation around that temple, saying, hey, if you guys want to come and take this, you're going to have to go through our buzzsaw, which is legendary. So looking forward to seeing this fight pop off in about 5 seconds.
Here we go. Camo stepping up to the plate here. They are a bit spread out for their engage. They probably want to group up a little bit more, as they're now doing, before actually breaking ground, and War Drums activated for 1v. Camo, Mystical Formation in response. From here, looking to see more points, there is Mystical Formation for 1v as well. We see it on the board. War Drums for Camo. Mirror plays being made here as now the engage happens. Not very clean for Camo. It does look like 1v jumps in all at the start there, which means they get more DPS per second, which is absolutely freaking crucial, as Heaven's Grace is now activated by Camo. Big heals going out to try to keep all those marches top off, and it is hard to keep up with all of the damage we're seeing fly on the screen. And it does look like To the Death was activated as well. I think I can't exactly tell what's going on.
It's gotta be.
Is that the To the Death animation, or oh my goodness, so intense? We've got to look somewhere else. The Shrine of War, big action, camera being brought back to center here to see what's going on in this mid fight. It's pretty crazy. Which team will ultimately win this brawl and emerge with the arc? You know, I can't say for sure if To the Death was used. I was trying to find that sort of animation, but it really wasn't clear to me if it was or it wasn't. All I know is that there was one cast of Mystical Heaven's Grace, rather. And here, we've got a lot of double C's going for the arc. Camo trying to sneak behind and take down those carriers. There it is. Grab for 1v, and they're on their way.
Yeah, they're definitely rolling out. And I mean, even if 1V necessarily isn't winning the mid fight or have already won, I mean, they've got the presence here, I think, to clear the field. Now, I will say, just to point out, we've got altars on the 1V side in red on the top lane. So 3 altars right now, 4 camo. I don't know if that's enough to, help maybe keep this match even with this being a 3,500 point arc. I do see both shrines blinking as well for the 1V side. No structures that I can tell are blinking for the camo side. So looks like an all-out offensive. No hard push still used, though, as far as I could tell. Maybe it was used and it didn't go up on the screen for camo. But we're seeing, you had Heaven's Grace, you had both of the attack and defense buffs used as well. So they might not have the points just yet to do so.
Wow. 1V carrying away the arc successfully there. The secret handshake for the arc mid-fight being Guan with Skippy, XY with Honda, Nevsky with William, Ethel with Trajan, and Boudica with Cyrus primarily being used. Big win.
And a shift, obviously, that we're looking at right now towards the Desert Altar again, just like last match. Not quite as synced up as it was before, with a rally hitting during the same process, and obviously not nearly as many marches coming from the middle from 1V as there were before, because this was actually a bigger fight. Looks like Camo tried to do what they could in the middle, but again, we've been talking about it all match, how devastating and legendary 1V's open field fighting in the middle is. It's so hard to beat them in the middle. They just win every single time. Swarms on the right side altar here from 1V. I don't know if it'll go down, but it will certainly cause some damage and make Camo stay home and try and defend this. And on the left side, we have the other Desert Altar looking to maybe get taken by Camo as well. They're trying to do a double switch, but I do see quite a lot of... Oh, did it go red? I think it went red. It did.
They are both red. There are Jads in both of them. So it looks like strong plays here by Camo holding these altars. You even see a rally going somewhere down the field. Henry rally on the structure now. I like the choice of Henry to rally here, reducing the skill damage you take. Henry Nebu increases counterattack damage. Even if you swarm this rally, which has happened, those marches do take a lot of damage in the process, which is solid. A big part of, rallying an altar in Ark of Osiris is not just the damage per second that you can deal, but also the damage you will deal to the people that swarm you, so that you reduce the health of those marches if they choose to actually go for that swarm.
Yeah, here we are on the top lane Desert Altar. It is still red for the moment, but 1V is swarming it hard. There it goes back to its rightful owner on the top lane, 1V. But I gotta say, I gotta do a little tip of the cap to Camo. They are doing a fantastic job of knowing when to disengage and move, and that's what's critical in these types of matches that are going to be down to the last second. That bottom lane Desert Altar, it still was under duress from 3, 4, 5 1V marches, but the Jadwiga garrison was going to hold regardless of if they died or not. So they started moving their field up to pressure the Shrine of War on the bottom lane, which is now why it is blinking. Also, the Sky Altar on the bottom lane, it is now in Camo's hands instead of 1V. Camo's doing a great job of maneuvering their marches as efficiently as possible, as quickly as possible, and not giving 1V an edge.
Here we see some action at the Shrine of War. That XY Nevsky rally seems to be very popular for Camo. Meanwhile, Chandra Gupta seeming to be the choice here for 1V. We'll see if we can look at more of these rallies led by 1V. But there's different and significant choices being made here as to what you rally with. I mean, you got access to everything. Do archers, do archers. Calves, do calves. Both teams electing to frequently use calves. However, the choice of primary captain being different is a pretty strong signal. I personally am a very big fan of high damage rallies. You don't want to give the enemy team a lot of time in order to send more troops and bring a backup captain and so on. Quick damage, even if it's more vulnerable to getting swarmed, will be my preference. And here we see this play yet again. Dropping the Ark into a caravan. Want to have a little chat with the people in the caravan, maybe get a sip of water, cool off a little bit in the oasis, hang out, And chat pointed out earlier that perhaps if you drop the arc like that, in order to reset the timer, you need probably someone from the other team to grab it. I think that might be true, but either way, we're still looking at only one or maybe two arcs remaining in this game. They've got a 10-minute hold here, so it could be a pretty big stall that they go for.
I mean, Camo's up by 2,200 points right now. There's still going to be a 1,300 point gap based on the fact that this is a 3,500 point arc and it's pretty secured by 1V. You know, 1V taking an extra altar away from Camo, that's exactly what they need to do to start slowing down the momentum on the structure game, the points per minute game that Camo has had pretty much the entirety of the match. That's how they've been able to weather the storm of losing two middle arc fights, which, again, if you understand 1V, you understand that's a very distinct possibility if you're going to be fighting them in a Grand Prix or Osiris League or Arc matchup. And now oh wow, they actually took the obelisk on the bottom lane there for just a second. Looks like Camo was able to get it back instantly, but now we have 4 altars just that are blue currently and blinking.
I mean, if you're 1V and you actually capture an obelisk, do you teleport up? When everybody's 450 million power, do you teleport?
I mean, there's really no point as far as removing people from the field, right? There's no need for clearing a city. That's not going to happen. I really don't see an advantage to doing that, I guess, would be unless you want to harass members coming out of their cities to go to the mid or something like that.
I mean, you could 5x swarm the obelisk the whole game, I suppose. You could 5x swarm the Shrine of Life the whole game. Right? Like, I suppose there's stuff you could do, but I think what both Dragothi and I are trying to say is that it's not nearly as appealing as it would be in regular Ark of Osiris League or gameplay, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a little less risky there versus here.
Less risky, less upside, you know? You don't get to swarm out a bunch of cities, force them to teleport back to the starting zone.
Yeah. I mean, we're Chisco, we're looking at these altars, right? I mean, all of them are owned by the wrong team. So we're seeing Camo continue to press the initiative. We've got 1V doing the same thing,
Drago.
you know? Yeah, it's just
a little trade.
That gentleman's handshake, right? Let's just trade the whole map.
The backdoor agreement. We just switch which side, you're going to hold and defend, right? That way, you can spend a little more time at these caravans.
That might be the other reason why they're dropping that arc in the caravan. Get those extra 2 or 3, provisions. That could definitely make a difference.
Actually, that's pretty smart. I hadn't intended to imply the genius that you just revealed, but yeah, if you bring the arc to a caravan, you can actually do some provisioning. That is smart. That just makes sense. Makes a lot more sense than standing next to a city, assuming that you will be able to actually watch your march and not get someone sneaking up on you. And it happens. Oh,
yeah, OneV doing a great job holding these camo altars. Obviously losing one on the top lane finally. It keeps going back to 2-2 at some point, but the disruption of the points per minute game by 1V on camo is exactly what they need to do to make sure that they can leverage these middle fight arc victories and not let the game get away from them from a points per minute standpoint. Camo's whole strategy, we've seen it from the get-go. We predicted it as we started to see the initial outpour of the marches and the continued hard push use, the continued pressure on these altars from Camo. It's the structure game. The structure game is where it's at, and Camo is starting to lose a little bit of grasp on these buildings. 1V really starting to hold these altars and push Camo away from their strategy while also holding and now re-grabbing this arc to come and capture it with 21 minutes left.
Yeah, I think it's smart they go capture this arc. If you're 1V and you're looking at this scoreboard where you're down, yeah, you want another arc. Be a little more secure here if we could score another arc, right? Good swarm here by Camo. Camera now switches. We're getting a look at the Desert Altar being attacked. Jad is the captain, and uh-oh. Bad news for the Xeno for Camo. That thing is getting swarmed down. It's a tricky job sneaking around with your captain on the enemy's side of the battlefield, but it doesn't matter either way. In this instance, Desert Altar looking very strong for 1V as we see an Archer rally cruising down right, headed probably to Shrine of War. From here, Arc is on its way to get scored in a city, And that will initiate the timer for the spawn of the Ark. Oh, okay. Taking a long trip to our own city here.
He wants it in his own city. Yeah, no, can't give that away. That's a precious commodity.
Yeah. Look. We're bringing this thing to my city. I want all the fame to be with the citizens of my city. Thank you very much.
The trophies are with me.
You can, for what it's worth, score in any city that is nearby that belongs to your alliance. But wait, they've rerouted.
Still holding.
They're holding it.
Still holding.
They're holding it in the most dangerous place possible, right next to the obelisk. Now, I don't anticipate Camo's going to make their way downfield and actually be able to contest this. But they are sneaking around their city here. Ring around the rosy with their own city, now moving to the southern side of their city. I wonder if... Oh, okay, another march. Formation drum going back to his city. Not sure what they're doing here. I personally would score the Ark. And the reason I would score the Ark is because you need not only time for the Ark to spawn in, but then to win the fight in the middle, and then carry the darn Ark. If that is a contentious Ark, you are losing time to be able to secure the situation and score the Ark. So maybe they're so confident that they're waiting for a better board position before they go for this Ark, but otherwise, I think it's time to get a move on with scoring this thing.
Yeah, before we switch that camera back from the top lane, big push going up towards the top lane Desert Altar of 1V. You know, we're staring at the Desert Altar bottom lane for Camo with another decent sized push from 1V, but the other one on the other side looked to be massive, looking to take this Desert Altar away from 1V and get the points per minute game back in their favor. We're at 560 points per minute right now for 1V and only 440 for Camo, which is not what they want. This is not their strategy. With only 1,000 point delta right now in favor of Camo, having a 3,500 point arc in their pocket, 1V is looking pretty strong as we go towards the end game of this match. With 18 minutes left, I think we should probably capture it here within the next minute or so. 2 minutes 50 seconds until it completely resets, and they've lost 3,500 points altogether. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen, but we can always, watch and wait and see the anticipation. Maybe that could possibly happen to one of the top tier teams in this game.
Yeah, one thing we haven't talked about, by the way, we see Jad in the garrison here. Jad YSS, still an all-star, but perhaps that will change with the release of new commanders. I don't know if these teams will get access to the new cavalry commanders for their gameplay. On the one hand, I think it'd be kind of exciting if they did. On the other hand, kind of weird to change the commander pool in the middle of the sort of season, in the middle of the competition. But either way, I do think that the new cavalry commanders coming into the game are going to be pretty exciting. Nice compliment to Jad, who we see garrisoning yet again at the Desert Altar here on behalf of 1V. I'm looking around here, actually trying to find the sneaky garrison captain, if there is one, for Camo. But if they're here, they're either hiding really well and I haven't found them, or they're in the rally. That, by the way, for those of you not familiar, is a very common tactic. You put your intended garrison captain into the rally. Presumably, the rally will conquer the garrison if you're successful, and then you've deposited your captain very safely. Oh, nope, there's the Xeno. It was hiding. I knew it! Now, it's an interesting choice that they're marching Xeno all the way downfield. That's actually not common to do. I mean, Xeno's awfully slow.
Yeah, it's usually, obviously if you can get it up there while everything's getting swarmed and all the action's actually taking place. Look at 1V hold this structure with just a sliver of health. What amazing reinforcement from the blue team here. Jadwiga does go down. We have a Boudica Prime as garrison right now. That could spell the end of this Desert Altar being blue and change it red here. We'll have to see. There it goes. They didn't get their replacement Jadwiga in there quite fast enough, or maybe they didn't swap it quite fast enough. But now it is red.
Xeno.
Let's see if that Xeno, yep, there it is. That Xeno does
got him, baby,
on the garrison. Well done by Camo as everybody's moving towards the middle for this final arc fight, Chisco.
Yeah, this is the way. That's textbook gameplay. You have the rally, you have the swarm, and nearby, you've got an extra captain just in case. And it's now paying off big time. Xeno dropping fat heals on that garrison. YSS delivering the boats. It's a really nasty combo. that can last a very long time. I like getting a Xeno downfield, specifically for the heals and the durability of this garrison. And now with 5 minutes 40 seconds till the arc spawns in, 1V has some choices to make about how much they commit to getting their altar back, which they should, before ultimately going to mid for the most important fight of the match. Now, although 1V does have a very solid lead in points here, almost done, practically an arc worth of points of lead. If Camo gets this arc, who knows if 1V will actually win or not. I mean, 1V probably is feeling like they must win this arc. Camo feeling like they must win this arc. As the structure game starts to settle a little bit, everybody's got to make their way to the middle.
I mean, look at 1V just right around that temple Chiskel, and I think they did something that's probably one of those small things that you don't notice during the match, but it's one of those big things that actually helps you kind of secure the victory. The Desert Altar on the bottom lane that's supposed to be for Camo is currently blue. That hurts in multiple ways. One, you're obviously not generating points, and as you can see, they're down. Camo's down by 80 points per minute right now. Big part of that's because of that Desert Altar on the bottom lane is not in their favor, but also now Camo has to get that back. Now Camo has to commit troops, time, and not only that, but the marches are going to not only have to go there and take it, but then come back and refresh, then go to the middle, or they risk going to the middle with not optimally trooped out marches, which means, again, another forecasted devastating defeat from Camo. 1V coming in there and just absolutely wiping everything because the troops aren't there.
Man, this is going to be such a hype fight, Drago. This is what you love to see in an arc match. I mean, this is it. This is the pinnacle. It all comes down to the final arc, and both teams now stacking up 1V in their signature position on the temple. We've seen this actually repeatedly. This little triangle formation they seem to make in exactly that spot. Camo now moving up closer to engage. I will highlight that I thought the Camo engage could have been a little bit better the first arc, I believe it was, where I felt like some of their players engaged at the start, other players did not. And I just really want to emphasize that the mid brawl is about DPS, damage per second. You need to deal as much damage per second as you possibly can. And if you have players missing out on the start of that fight, you're losing seconds of damage and rage accumulation. It's absolutely crucial. Might not seem like a big deal, but in my opinion, the engage is everything.
Yeah, we see Camo piling into the middle here, understanding they need this arc. 1V is sitting comfortably with a nice lead and altar advantage. This is exactly where you want to be as we see this fight start to pop off. They start to measure each other up and getting closer and closer to that temple. 1V's got to be feeling very comfortable right now with having an altar advantage, having a points advantage, and I believe, looking at this, it's about a 250 point per minute advantage for 1V as well. I mean, this is really looking strong for 1V to secure this victory, and I think you might have called it about that 5,000 points or so being the delta between the winner and the loser of this match.
Look at this. 1V getting bullied off the temple. Get off my temple. Camo is telling them to send your marches back to those caravans. Engage now starting because players from 1V caught out of position. Now the whole team adjusting to try to accommodate. Some players way behind from Camo. Camo aggressors now pulling back, trying to line up in the center to get a more cleanly timed engage. Will they start the fight now? Mystical formation activated.
They just used it.
Oh man, Camo is just looking really dominant here. I still really dislike this engage. I just really dislike this engage. Yes, I'm glad they're doing it, but why is half the ball not involved? I don't know, man. But here they go. Maybe there's a bunch of people sneaking from behind. What's happening here? I don't know. They're getting pulled way far away from the center.
Look at the structures.
1V
I think
now
that
turning
1V
around to
is
take
just,
the fight.
I think they're just going after structures now, knowing. I think they're just going after structures. 1V, understanding they're under Mantier. Yeah.
It's a feint. They're playing the building game. Heaven's Grace for Camo. From here, looking for more skills, not seeing it. If they're going buildings, why didn't they use hard push, Drago? 10 minutes left in the match. What are you waiting for? This would be the time, right?
I mean, they've already got the buildings. You have 10 minutes, 30 seconds left in the match. I would say they'll hit it at 10 minutes because it's a 10-minute skill.
We'll see if it works out that way. Numbering Ascension, as is the Shrine of War. Camo mopping up. Easy W in the middle, outnumbering seemingly 2-1. The Arc. Oh, okay. Couple people behind the Arc, but that's getting cleaned up pretty quickly.
I still think this
All
is a
four
solid
altars.
play
There
by
it is,
1V.
Drago.
Yeah,
All
this is a
four
solid play by
altars.
1V. They have the cushion.
So
they didn't need to take this last arc.
Wow, this is big brain play right here. This is a big brain play. Let me explain why I now understand this to be the big brain play. If you're 1V, okay, and you're confident you can absolutely dominate some buildings for a little bit, which it seems like they have done cleanly, then the reason this is the big brain play is that you don't actually need an arc worth of points to win the match. Remember, you only got to win by 1. Point differentials don't matter here. So if you are confident you can dominate these structures, then go for the structures. It's more guaranteed than getting an arc, because you know the enemy has to get the arc and has to hold the structures to win. That is big brain plays right there. So they go for the structures because even if they don't get an arc worth of points, they didn't need an arc worth of points. They were already ahead by enough. This is so different than I feel like we see happen most of the time. Everybody treats these arcs like they're the thing. But OV said, hey, look, if I just hold a few buildings for a little bit, we got you, baby. Nothing you can do about it. And now we'll see if Camo can figure out how they handle this oppressive full board sweep. With the exception of 2 obelisks and 2 outposts, 1V owns the board. It is flip-flip.
Yeah, 1V is really playing Pokemon with these structures. They got to catch them all. And so far, they're pretty close to doing that. I mean, they've got 4 structures left. There's 1. Now it's down to 3. Of course, they did lose their shrine. But like we said earlier, this is the big brain play. So they knew that Camo was going to go all in on this last structure. They feinted to the middle, understanding that they needed to show some presence. But while they were doing that, really heavily focusing on these buildings on the back end, owning all those structures for even 2 or 3 minutes, basically gives exactly what they need to basically take this victory without even going after the arc. And now, with the arc moving back for Camo, it's all but certain that 1V just has enough points with, what, 6,000 point advantage right now on a 4,000 point arc with 7.5 minutes left, owning 3 of the 4 altars still, ticking 150 points per altar in their favor. Insatiable Desire being used by Camo. I wonder how much provisioning they've done there. That could be a factor. We're just going to see, wait and see if they were doing that the whole match, although I feel like they probably weren't doing it very heavily.
Yeah, I kind of wonder where the arc is right now. I mean, is 1V in a position to attack the carrier? I don't actually know where they're taking the arc. I mean, the whole board flipped blue.
Shrine of War, top side, maybe. If I can see it correctly. I might be mistaken.
I'm not sure. They scored the arc. All right, it's scored now. Wherever it is, it's been captured.
That's the last arc. It's done. Yep, it's done.
That's it. No more arcs to be had. And with the sneaky tactics deployed by 1V without even using the skill, sneaky tactics, they actually are able to give enough of an edge that they didn't need this arc anyways. Really, really big brain play there.
Yeah, it's a 4,000 point game still, even after capturing that 4,000 point arc. I mean, 1V just gained so many points from holding those structures for 3 or 4 minutes that unless 1V didn't do any provisioning and Camo hasn't returned any provisioning and they have been provisioning this entire match with 2 or 3 players, this match is 1V's for the taking. 6 minutes left before this ends, and we get to see who the true victor is, moving on to the final round. War drums from 1V being used on this desert altar.
Oh, there's the Chandragupta rally. So, I mean, I've seen a couple rallies. We got the Henry Nebu, and here we've got Chandragupta. Can you see who the secondary is? Or is that thing just so chain silenced it doesn't even get an active skill? Nevsky.
I mean, it could be the case, but I was going to say, if you have to assume anything, it's got to be a Nevsky, right?
Nevsky's a good assumption. Chandra Nevsky, a very interesting choice here. And I like the Chandra, powerful commander. Nevsky's also very strong. Interesting choice to use that for the rally. Structure flips.
Just
This board
not
is blue,
enough.
Drago.
Yeah.
Look at this board. Look at this board. This board is devastating.
1V is able to when 1V is able to fully commit to the structure game and not have to worry about the mid or provisions or anything, it's a sight to behold. Camo has done. I mean, look, we're looking at this match and we're coming down to the last 5 minutes. We're obviously seeing that 1V is starting to pull away here. Camo has done an incredible job. I mean, this is probably the, you know, we've seen 60 GT and 1V fight, and that was an amazing match. We've seen OV and 1V fight. That was an amazing match. Camo, I think, has put themselves in the conversation. A couple tweaks here and there, maybe, you know, a different, you know, thing or two here or there, and I think they can start to solidify themselves in that top 5 to 10 alliance range when it comes to really being able to contend for their realms, you know, championship in the regular Osiris format. And certainly, I mean, man, they've shown themselves very well in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, this is a very impressive showing here for both teams, truly. Obelisk flipping hands here, but at this point, you can kind of do whatever you want, because this game, I feel, unless we see some crazy provisioning, the point lead is too significant to really see a big change here. Assuredly, both teams have provision, right, Drago? Like, assuredly.
Yeah.
They're both doing their diligence.
I think a few thousand points probably on both sides, maybe 2,500. Yeah.
I mean, I will commend both sides for doing a lot of backfield disruption, although we really hadn't had opportunity to talk about it. The outposts change hands for both sides all throughout the matchup. So there's a lot going on that we don't see on the main screen because it's just not nearly as important as the things that are on the main screen. But there is so much intricacy that goes into the planning here. Heaven's Grace by 1V. I mean, at this point, they're just burning through the points that they have. It's a map-wide heal, which is actually pretty legit. Don't normally see this sort of use of Heaven's Grace, but I actually really like it. I mean, wherever you're at, you're getting some heals now.
Yeah, imagine if you're swarming down 4 structures and you hit that Heaven's Grace. What a boost that would be.
That's nice, right?
To keep the damage up, you know, if you can time that right. I mean, if anybody can, right, these teams here that we're looking at. I mean, do you even see these marches moving? Like, Camo is just kind of sitting around this. I think they understand what they're staring at. Obviously, it's an 8,000 point game now with such a dominating force from 1V capturing all these structures towards the end of the game. When Camo was on point, I mean, they had this match clean even. Like, it was really tight. In fact, winning the match at certain points in this game. Obviously, we're coming down to the wire with 2 victories on the arc for 1V. And obviously giving away really the third arc where, you know, Camo was able to finally get it, but at what cost? Losing all of their structures, 4 altars in blue, you know, only having 2, 3, 4 structures in their color, and they were all the lowest point generating structures on the map. So I mean, just really solid play by 1V, understanding their job, understanding what their role is and what they needed to do. And Camo, again, I can't say it enough how well they've shown themselves with 2 minutes left on this match.
Yeah, you know, I do want to highlight just how impressive that feint was, by the way, from 1V. You know, they moved back from the temple as they were outnumbered. They baited Camo. I mean, Camo's got to go deal with them. All the way back to go address those marches, but it put them so far away from their cities. So then 1V gets all those marches low health, right? And they're really far away from their cities and they can't refresh. Meanwhile, 1V sweeps the board. So not only was 1V taking all the structures, but they baited all of Camo's marches, which, you know, Camo had to go big on that arc because they were down so much in points. They baited so many marches away from the structures, they simply couldn't defend them. So I think it was really smart play by 1V. I think in hindsight, Camo probably needed to leave behind more defensive forces to prevent this situation from unfolding.
You know, it's hard to say if they even, you know, stuck to their structure game plan instead of going for the middle. Like, I still think 1V would have likely been in the lead, maybe not by the, you know, 8,000 points that we're seeing right now, but maybe it would still be like a 4,000 point game in 1V's favor, which is obviously with less than a minute left. Unless, again, the provisioning skew would be insane. I still think that it would be 1V's game. I think they played exactly the strategy that they needed to beat Camo. Camo also did exactly the strategy that I think that a lot of people are going to try and emulate to beat 1V. I think they put 1V on a little bit of a back foot early in the game. They weren't expecting it, but once they understood, and obviously these guys being veterans of the system, really understanding what to do and able to think on their feet and maybe adjust a little bit of their strategy, I think 1V was able to pull out the victory there with about 20 minutes left, and eventually it just kind of landslided.
Wow. I'm still impressed with all that we saw in this game. The Provisioners are now all kicked in. Final score on the board in favor of 1V. Victory. What was that final score? Looked like it was about an 8,000 point differential. We'll probably see the stats here in just a second. GG, well played by both teams. Let's get those GGs in the chat for both teams. What an amazing matchup, Drago. First thing in the morning, bright and early for us. I mean, whew, it's like 6 a.m. when we got up to prep for the casting today. You got your, drained your coffee. Let's go, man. To summarize what we saw here, incredible gameplay by both teams. However, Arcs first being captured by 1V, structure game really strong from Camo. But in the end, that flipped around. 1V fainted going for Arc, actually took all the structures, and using that lead they had, able to secure the big W to advance to the next round, the Anniversary Grand Prix. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Drago?
Yeah, we had a chance to really break down both strategies, especially Camo's being a different one. I think that most teams want to have that kind of a structure game that Camo brought out with, but you could really tell they focused on it and they customized it to their opponent, which is exactly what you need to do to beat one of these really top tier teams. They just unfortunately weren't able to push them around enough to generate the points they needed to offset those two first arcs and then ultimately hold their structures on that last play. And again, it's really hard to say if changing their plan towards the end of that match and holding structures versus pushing that third arc would have been the right play. I think that's obviously hindsight being 2020. Maybe somebody will try it next time they fight 1V, and we can all maybe hear about it in the game ourselves. So, but obviously, congratulations to 1V, huge win. Wasn't the easy sweep that I think a lot of people were looking at this fight being before it started. Camo showing themselves very well and making their name in the conversation for being here for a big reason. But again, 1V showing their prowess, showing their exceptional open field capabilities and coordination, taking the victory, moving on to the next round. I'm really interested as we start to see these brackets start to fill out, Chiscool, what we're going to be looking at for these, semifinals and then obviously the finals.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have some stats or replays from this game to review some of those key moments with you. But for me, in this matchup, I think some of those key moments were, those first arc grabs and that final arc feint. Just so dang impressive as that all went down. And as a reminder, this cast stays live all throughout the day for the matches. So you can stay tuned in, watch the videos in between if you like. But at 14 UTC is when we're going to have our next round of matches, which is highly anticipated. OV versus JST. I mean, there's a little bit of rivalry there. That's going to be pretty dang cool. Here we go with the in-game stats. The MVP awarded to 1V with a ridiculous 308,094 points. That's astonishing. That's a big number. I mean, that's at least 50% more than the MVPs we've been seeing. Did their city get swarmed? How did they accomplish that?
I mean, it had to be rallies and open field fights. I mean, 300's not out of the realm, especially for this level. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it does take a lot of fighting.
Unlimited troops, Drago. Unlimited troops.
That'll also help with
a bottomless troop buffet. Yeah. Hopefully we click through. There we go. The battle complete. Final score screen. That score was 37,955 to 29,843. About an 8,000 point game here. You can see the arcs, 2 in favor of 1V. 1, the very important arc, in favor of Camo, 4,000 point arc. However, the occupation score edging up slightly also for 1V. So they won in buildings, they won in arcs, and a lot more provisioning by 1V. 2,000 almost 2,400 points of provisioning for 1V. So this is pretty big. As a team, you really need to provision, get the structures, or get the arcs, but everybody's got a provision, and Japan All-Stars Camo looks like they neglected their provisioning a little bit in order to put more pressure other places. Kills were relatively even here. I mean, that I consider that just about even, with 94 million, which is a massive number, by the way.
That's
to
impressive.
the 90
Yep.
million. Yeah, there's big numbers here. Great game, well played, full team represented on both sides here. Wow. This was pretty exciting to cast.
Yeah, I had a fun time watching it, certainly casting it with you, Chisco. I really appreciate the opportunity to hang out with you. And for those of you that are again, going to continue with us for the rest of the day, again, make sure you hit that like button on this stream. Make sure you subscribe to the official Rise of Kingdoms channel that you're viewing this on right now, so you can get this content when it comes out, these exclusive matches that you can see here, hosted by yours truly, Chisco, Bulbaritos, Redline, and others possibly in the future. That being said, again, huge victory for 1V. I was very surprised at the kill totals for both teams. I thought that 1V would dominate that kill total, and I thought Camo would have a little bit closer of a points total on the structure game. So I think that at the very end, the last 10 minutes really favored 1V across the board. They were really able to stack up some structure game points to seal the deal.
Let's get a look at the replays here and see some of these key moments. What went down? Start of the match, typical stuff. Running out the gate, bringing fast cavalry to score the initial buildings, which they tied on, by the way. Camo, a desert altar on the screen here. I'd like to highlight that use of the Xeno captain. It's maybe a controversial choice. Seems like Jad YSS is the safer choice. First arc, well played by 1V. They grab that thing and run it home. Double C is the carrier, and that was a clean win for them. From there, big pressure onto some of these buildings. Jad YSS and the garrison. I like the choice of the Henry Nebu rally here. Big force coming in from 1V to support. They hung out at a caravan with that arc for a little bit, had a pina colada, then made their way to score the arc. Next mid-fight, same setup, they ran it back. 1V, same exact position on the temple, slight triangle formation. Typical skill usage here with War Drums and Mystical. However, I do recall Heaven's Grace being used by one of these teams, but 1V emerges victorious yet again with that first arc. They run that thing home, hold it for a little bit, that'll put some good points on the board. Here's that capture yet again on the screen. From here, we have another contentious mid-fight, or so we thought. 1V position roughly the same, falls back, feints, and lets Camo grab the arc. Camo runs back that arc to the Shrine of War. You people were trying to chase him, see if they could make that a thing, but instead, 1V took the whole board, and this was a really powerful play, giving them the victory. Structure game points were crucial here. Up next in today's lineup is OV versus JST. 1V will be playing the winner of the next matchup, so tune back in at 14 UTC, or just before then, to watch Drago and I talk a little bit about the matchup. We'll also be casting at 16 and 18 UTC. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all real soon for the next matchup.
try to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life to your soldier faith, your dream. It burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you. Seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory. The blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the Lost Temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the Alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, topmost third, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side, my loyal...
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
people! Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspire to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, the sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on the icy flood, do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second match of the day and the anniversary Grand Prix. We have two alliances here, OV versus JST, both invited teams to this Grand Prix. I'm joined by my co-host, Chiskel, friend and co-host. I gotta say friend, right? I think that's okay.
Yes, sir.
We're going to be joined with everybody from around the world in chat, and obviously I'm joined by my friend and co-host Chiskel. We've got a match for the ages coming up just momentarily. Chiskel, how you doing today?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm so hyped to watch OV and JST duke it out. I mean, these teams have been battling before in Osiris League, and this match should be absolutely hype. Almost as hype as the code down below for some free stuff in game. Make sure you check that out and enter it. I still need to go do that myself and see what I'm gonna get. Is it speed ups? Is it resources? Is it action point potions? Also,
do I need to be a spoiler?
A spoiler. Hey, you've redeemed the code. One other thing, by the way, one other announcement. Check the link down below if you want to download the PC version of the game. You can also scan the QR code, and that will give you an easy download for Rise of Kingdoms. Sorry, Drago, what were you going to say?
Yep, no, that's the play. You did it right. So, yeah, there is a spoiler. It is. I'll just say this: it's a little bit better than last week. There's an additional.
Okay,
added.
Let's go. We're upgrading. We're scaling.
Yeah. There's some things. There's some things in your pack there. So. But let's get to the match. Let's get to the match, Chiskel. So I see OneV and JST. We've seen them in previous Osiris League matches. You and I have cast those matches and been stunned and amazed by the gameplay. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing these two juggernauts battle it out whenever they all have access to all the commanders, all the equipment. Everything is equal. Both teams are really, again, those high-performing cream of the crop teams that are really hard to take down. So this is really going to be a toss-up as far as I'm concerned. Usually your predictions are around that 5,000 point mark. Do you want to stick by that as we start to get into the rosters and the key combatants and the following graphics here pretty soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be less than a 5,000 point game. I feel like that's a fairly safe choice. Both of these teams are top tier, and although I know OV, from their prime, had some players at some point leave their kingdom. Keep in mind that you can bring anyone from anywhere to play in this Grand Prix. So not only could they have brought back some of those players that were once on their team that ultimately went other places, but keep in mind that this is a game mode where everybody has access to the same stuff. Everybody has access to the same commanders. Everybody has access to the same equipment, even the city themes and ability to pick your civilization. So if you're skilled, you can perform well, and that's what I really like about this format. So a team that practices and is committed, like OV, can perform extremely well, even if those players maybe aren't as kitted out with their main accounts.
Yeah, I totally agree here. And again, just to reiterate today's matchup right in front of you, JST in blue versus OV Overlord in red. Obviously, JST is going to be on the top lane. OV will be on the bottom lane. We are just about a few seconds away from jumping into the key combatants of this match. We're going to be jumping into the match here pretty soon, too. I hope everybody's got a drink, a snack, whatever it is. Prepare yourselves. The lineup for JST, a lot of familiar names here on the screen. A lot of people are very familiar with these names on the battlefield in KBK, certainly inside of Osiris League. Key combatants for JST. Captain is Zamong, with Star, XOXO, and Zamong again being the captain on there, and then two additional players highlighted for the top 5 key combatants for JST. Lineup on OV, similar story here, Chiskel. We've got a lot of familiar names here, from Slouty all the way to Master Yoda. We've certainly got JY. Very, very excited to see these guys execute their strategy, and that's really what it's all about, right? As we go into these highlighted players, Slouty, Sibo, DB, Zhangyu, and Lubu / LVbu. All of them getting some shout-outs from their captain, Slouty. Looking forward to seeing if they can execute their strategy here. And I wonder, based off of their previous engagements, Chiskel, what that's going to look like.
Man, it's hard to say what's going to happen in this matchup. If it's going to be a focus on the structures, if it's going to be a focus on the arc. My understanding is that OV's signature move was winning those arcs, but these days the strategies are so mixed up. There's a mix of going for buildings and for structures, and JST has got the same sort of playbook. I don't know what plays they're going to run, but you can see very purposefully at the start of this, by the way, people porting in accordance with the exact position they want those cities to be in.
You're exactly right. I think that when we're looking at strategies, right, OV has, like you said, been really heavy in the middle. They want to win that arc fight. They want to take back those arcs as often as possible. Not a whole lot of holding on to them from a, trying to make it a 2 arc game. They want to have 3, possibly 4 arcs in their matches to solidify their victory. And JST has a similar approach, although they do tend to favor a little heavier of a structure game. So I'm wondering if they're going to be adjusting, knowing their opponents, knowing what they've fought in the past, how they've fought, and knowing that each side has equal opportunity with the commanders, the troops, like you said, the equipment, all of those things. If there's an adjustment to strategy, or if they're going to continue knowing their strategies are successful, they're going to go ahead and move on in. Again, those players porting in from JST now to the OV side. Lots and lots of action about to pop off here in just over a minute. I think a lot of people were waiting for this matchup to get started inside of this Grand Prix finals. I think a lot of people pegged this one, looking forward to it on the second day of this cast. So looking forward to seeing these guys fire it off and make sure that we check on the strategy as we go along. I think that there's going to be some augmentation underway during the match because it's going to be a back and forth, Chiskel.
Yeah, this should be really hype. I mean, the whole thing from start to finish should be extremely contentious. When this gate opens, I anticipate we'll see a bunch of rallies on almost every structure on the board, including the outposts. In fact, if I'm remembering correctly, OV does like to rally every single outpost, leaving no possible strategic edge unturned as something that they will go and explore. So I think they're going to really hunt for a lot of rallies on a lot of these structures. And I think both teams are going to push heavy on the altars, weak side at the start of this matchup. And honestly, both teams, what you should expect to see is finely tuned gameplay down to the second for who's where and what they're doing and why.
Yeah, and for those of you that missed it, we had a match earlier in the day. You missed a doozy. Well, wait, I won't spoil it for you just in case you're going to want to try and watch it later, but you might see the bracket spoil it a little bit. But we do have both alliances, both teams pouring their troops out. I see T1 Siege already out the gate for OV on the bottom picture there. Tons of troops coming out for JST, looking to see if they start heading towards their opponent's desert altars. It's usually the play that we see from most of these teams, if not all. Let's check too, as the alliance skills are used, if any of these teams are using hard push. I feel like I've seen one of these teams skip hard push at the very beginning. I may be wrong, but I feel like I've seen one of these teams skip hard push in favor of saving points for the mid fight. So we're looking to see if I don't understand why Slouty didn't take that outpost there. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're on point here now. We're locked in and engaged to this match. Taking the first outpost, first blood is drawn by Slouty, and there is hard push. Chiskel, JST a little bit behind.
Yeah, looks like he got a little distracted with activating the alliance skill, realized, oh, hold on, I got to jump in this building first, and then he popped off the skill there. There's hard push also being activated for JST. Looking to the obelisk captures. JST first cap, and Slouty about 6 seconds behind, but honestly, about the same for the arrival time. Will Slouty push forward or stay in that structure? Looks like he's just chilling. Sometimes the T1s go forward, sometimes they stay there. Maybe he's staying there because he'll teleport up and then swap out those T1s, but you can see the alternate strategy being deployed by JST. Luca bringing those T1 Siege up front, double C primary, and it's probably Honda Tadakatsu secondary. Certainly that's what's being used here. You can see that signature pole arm in the shadow, taking the outpost. Perhaps they will then jump to try to get their way over to the obelisk, but XY is not the commander you'd want to use to take the obelisk. Yes, obelisks do capture now at about the same time.
Yeah, I think OV actually a little bit behind on that bottom lane obelisk. I want to say it was about 10 seconds difference. If maybe I missed the color changes, but I feel like OV was a little bit behind on that. And again, still just now getting their third outpost as well. This could be something that we can look back on and say maybe it was a little bit of a slower start for OV and that snowballed, or again, maybe this was just a part of, you know, them getting set up and ready and timing everything exactly the way they wanted it. But we do have the rally coming down here to fill this bottom lane garrison. Another rally as well in the top lane from JST, likely heading towards the obelisk. And I'm curious to see if it breaks on that Shrine of War Sky Altar area, or if they will fire off that outpost rally. Couple little marches here, Chisco, going through here the reinforcement area of OV. I wonder if it'll peel anybody off, or if they're just going to ignore him as they go towards the outposts.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You send your troops downfield and you look downfield. You might not notice that JST is trying to sneak a few troops in the back, probably to take some outposts, maybe to disrupt the gatherers that we saw leave the starting area. I noticed 2 different players going to gather at the start, so we'll see how that ultimately works out for their provisioning total, but I expect with OV that total will be very high. Here we see Attila Takeda on the field. Very interesting choice by JST. I feel like we don't see a lot of Attila Takeda, so I suspect this has to do with simply bringing a high volume of cavalry marches onto the field at the start.
Yeah, it certainly can, and maybe it has to do with a little bit of staying power being on that front line, not necessarily having a second march like a CC primary or even like a Takeda primary or any of those mobility style marches that don't necessarily have the staying power or the damage to hold up against these massive XY. Look at how many XYs and Guans are on the front line here for JST, just absolutely pushing and demolishing all these red marches in front. JST over around the Desert Altar on the bottom, Chisco. They're very well positioned to take this Desert Altar. I'm trying to peek in 40 seconds until these buildings unlock and we start to see who gets the first grab on these structures. Chisco, what do you think is going to happen here? Does OV have enough?
It really doesn't feel like OV has enough in position here. I think it's fascinating that they've got at least 5 different Jads running around the field. I saw Jad Attila. I see Jad YSS now getting melted. And I do see a Jad in favor of JST. And I want to train your eyes, chat. When you see a fight like this, there's one thing you're looking for. It's garrison captains. They define whether or not this is a structure that can be held or is going to flip-flop back and forth. And we switch to the other altar right when that cap goes down in favor of JST. This altar goes in favor of OV. We switch now to the Shrine of Life, which is currently blue, and yet again, back to the Desert Altar. So at the Desert Altar, we can see that Jad Attila. What an interesting march. You know, Jad Attila would be pretty difficult to swarm if it does become the captain, doesn't it?
It could have some value there. A little bit of tankiness as well. I'd be curious to see if that's intentional or if it's something just to help with the front line, or maybe a distraction target. Hey, kill this Jadwiga, not the one that's got the Theodora or the YSS in it. That would be an interesting strategy to know if they deployed decoy Jadwigas to garrison the structure.
Oh, what an interesting thought. That hadn't even occurred to me. A part of the advantage of using Jad with other stuff is, you know, look, I just said, look for the Jads. It's the Where's Waldo of the start of the matchup. But if you actually bring a bunch with the intention of making sure the enemy can't figure out which one you're supposed to swarm down, that could work pretty well. I think in this case, they all got swarmed down. And JST has a pretty commanding opening with 3 altars and no sign of weakening at this altar that they've captured, the Desert Altar belonging to OV. So this is a solid start here, and I think in just a matter of seconds, this thing flips over and starts ticking for points. The initial capture points are what we're most interested in favor of JST at the start, although OV marches is trying to trickle their way in here, but I think that's not going to be enough. Even though a lot of these marches from JST are low, it doesn't matter if you bring in just 1 or 2 marches at a time for OV, you're going to get swarmed out, and you almost need to have a regroup and surge in to take this garrison.
Yeah, OV taking advantage of how many people are on the front line for JST on their side and pushing behind both the altar and the shrine on the bottom lane is now OVs. That's in red. Those are supposed to be in blue for JST, so maybe that's why they've lost their structures on their side, because they took the structures on the other side from JST. Now I wonder if maybe JST is overstaying their welcome a little bit on this bottom lane Desert Altar. Usually you have
Drago,
them,
big play.
suiciding themselves on the city.
Yeah, this is a big play. I think they're going for this obelisk. I don't think they're trying to send their marches home. They could have hit a city. This is a big play. I don't know if OV will get this obelisk and what they'll do with it. It looks like they're really close. JST scrambling, getting into that obelisk. It'll disrupt the flow of teleports, and now it looks like maybe they're switching gears. They switched off the obelisk. So maybe they were trying to reset here, and you know these teams are big teching when they swap in really, really weak commanders for their city garrison. Can you believe this? They know the enemy tries to reset their marches, so they put the weakest possible garrison on their wall. Big brain plays, man, in the Osiris Grand Prix.
I would have never thought to do that. I gotta say, that's a huge catch. To actually shout that out as commentators too, because I would have not even thought to do that, let alone thought to comment on it in the match. So shout out to you and shout out to JST. Looking like the building game is starting to even out, although I gotta say, I gotta give the advantage, even though JST had that Desert Altar on the bottom lane of OV, I gotta give OV the advantage because they took and held those back lane structures not only for a decent amount of time, but also at the right time. It was closer to when the Ark's going to spawn. We have 3.5 minutes until it happens. We're starting to see people pour to the middle from all the lanes on both the top and the bottom, now reshifting towards the open field there. A little bit of a questionable choice. But we do have the Shrine again back in favor of JST with a Henry garrison, which is obviously from the rally that retook it, waiting for maybe a Xeno YSS or a Jadwiga YSS to hop in there to officially garrison that structure, but or maybe even a Monotori Artemisia. That could also be, if it's full archers, why not? At least in the interim until they get a proper one in there.
I mean, I think Amani Art in your rally is maybe one of your best bets for a march that's viable in the field and works in the garrison. And it's possible, you know, if you're sending it in the rally, you could do Artemisia or Amani with YSS. I think Amani YSS is something that teams are doing, although we haven't seen that yet, so maybe I'm just making that up.
Well, I think what really helps with YSS in general across the board is the fact that you can pour multiple troop types into that structure and it actually benefits your garrison, whereas with Artemisia as a secondary, or Nevsky as a secondary, or Flavius as a secondary, or Scipio as a secondary, those are all troop-specific marches or troop-specific commanders, so you got to be very careful with what's going in there. It may not be as versatile as you need in a Grand Prix match against these two juggernaut teams here. But we do see the middle Chisco. I see both teams piling up relatively at the same speed, although maybe a little bit of a favor to OV being balled up a little bit better with maybe a little more dense of a stack. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're spot on. I would say that this mid-fight favors OV in terms of their quantity in the middle, and it's deceptive because I think they're all stacked up. However, the position favors JST, because they're sitting there right on top of the temple, which I think is pretty interesting. So hopefully we'll see. There it is again. Yes. Now it's starting to even up, and it'll be really hard to say who actually has more bodies here. They're both kind of inching their way up. Oh my gosh. Nice picture-in-picture capturing a rally.
I love that.
Attila rally. Why?
Oh,
I don't know.
JST taking the topside obelisk too.
It's 2022 and they have every dang commander in the game, but Attila Nevsky will be difficult to swarm. We'll be eager to see if they capture that. Okay. It's time to play capture the obelisk in the Grand Prix.
They took the
They had it for a moment. Now it's flipped back over. 57 seconds till Arc flips in though. Yeah, there we go. We want to see what happens in this Arc fight because this is big. OV potentially breaking the fight early. One player may not realize their marches are going in. This kicks off the battle. JST responding, surrounding those marches. OV scrambling. I think we go in now, but that engage definitely in favor of JST as mystical formation and war drums hit the board. I think for both teams, although I don't yet see the blue circles for OV, so they may be saving some points here.
Yeah, just war drums. They did do hard push, obviously, at the very beginning, but they should have plenty of points in their alliance skill roster to to pop another one. Maybe an early Heaven's Grace could be the play here, but I think that JST had a cleaner engage than OV did. Obviously, OV being a little more strung out at the beginning of that match, possibly hearing in their voice chat, you know, go, and somebody being a little bit quicker to the punch than everybody else. But it looks like, again, that bottom lane obelisk still in favor of JST. That looks like it will probably start to at least be captured here within the next moment. And of course, as soon as I say that, it goes down in favor of
the
OV.
caster's dilemma. As soon as you start talking about it, the situation changes.
Changes, like right away. Speaking of changes, though, top lane, 4 structures for JST, including 2 altars and 2 shrines. Buffs are for JST, owning both of the Shrines of War. Although I will say OV holding very firm here. JST going home with way more dead marches than is OV. I would have thought for sure JST would have had a much stronger presence here with their engage, but it looks like OV is overcoming that initial fight start with dominating middle fight. Look at this.
Yeah, I agree with your assessment here. That sad face train is no joke, and I think we didn't even see OV use Mystical, right? So they're down a skill. You know, our observation at the beginning, we both seemed to feel, even though it was hard to exactly see, that OV had more players. I think they just had more there, and it might have been deceptive. Although, JST is still bringing more folks in. I don't know who's going to win this. This, you know, in a mid-fight like this, you have to decide, are we going to send players back to the mid-fight when they get sad-faced, or are they going to go back to their lanes? And this is the sort of mid-fight where I think you send back to mid, and it's unusual that that's a call that you make, because I'm not sure who's going to win. I think it's OV, but like if more marches arrive for JST, this could get strung out. I think in this situation, it's very important that you grab the arc quickly. That could give a big edge, because it's not clear to me. I think OV is ahead here, but it's not by much. And this is exactly it, Drago. This is exactly it. Here comes 5 marches supporting from JST, which could really turn the tide of this. And the only thing that can help for OV is to just move that arc, which is what they're doing, I think. I don't see it. But there it is. It's going. It's down. I don't know who's going to get this arc. I think this is a textbook send back to the middle. Keep sending, keep sending, keep sending.
Yeah, I wonder if JST didn't have as many people at the very beginning. That's how they were able to accomplish getting all those structures on the top lane. I mean, right now they have a 4,000 point lead. The points per minute total has been heavily in favor of JST for the majority of this match so far. And now, again, all those lines, those blue lines, how dense they are, coming to the middle for JST and not nearly as many reinforcements for OV. I think OV thought they pretty much have it and were given the command to go and swarm the structures on the inside-outside lanes there. And maybe it was a little bit too early. Look, it's a whole nother middle team coming in from JST to go and contest this arc. This is by no means over. This could be another 5-10 minute battle.
This is the first arc I think we have cast together, Drago and I, in the Grand Prix, where the battle was not definitive off the rip. So here, this is now an ongoing encounter. This could continue for another 5 or 10 minutes. This could require another set of skills to be committed to make this arc go one way or the other. I would say the edge is now to JST, but as I told you at the point at which things started to get a little dicey, the key here was that OV moved it to their side. If this had been moved to the JST side, this would not be recoverable for OV. So even though OV's at a disadvantage now, it's still recoverable because it's on their side of the board.
Exactly right. And I do see some of the marches from OV that had gone on and up the lane to try and maybe swarm the Shrine of War of JST on the bottom lane down. Now coming back, mostly dead, trying to kill their troops so they can get a fresh march to the middle. Understanding that now JST has this arc and is running quick right beside the temple. The arc still remains. Went back and forth for the past 3-4 minutes of this fight so far. It's anybody's arc right now at this point. And I don't know if I've ever seen, well, not ever. I don't know if I've seen recently a contentious fight like this for the very first arc. I think this is both teams playing each other's strengths, understanding that they need to have this arc to slow down the strategy of their opponent.
Did you see that secret tech, by the way, Drago? I believe it was OV that cast Mending Pouch.
did see that.
Have you ever seen Mending Pouch used in a top tier matchup?
I can't say that I have.
I'm looking up the
What did they
skill
use
now.
it on?
Mending Pouch instantly heals some slightly wounded units, healing factor 5,000, up to 30 Alliance troops within an area. Cooldown 600 seconds. Mending
Basically a
Pouch, baby, but it's not enough.
Heaven's Grace. Yeah, I think it's a targetable
Yeah, it's
Heaven's
not
Grace
enough.
that's a little bit more strong. But like I was saying, what did they cast it on? Look at all the blue marches for JST. I think OV is already transitioned to the structure game. They have to, because this is a dominated mid-fight now by JST. Didn't see this happening at all.
Those points, those same points deployed to the start of that mid-fight would have been, I think, really transformative for them.
Yes.
Like if they had gone War Drum's Mending Pouch, I think that could have been really interesting potentially. And it makes me start to wonder, you know, we just sort of assume War Drum's Mystical is the meta, but why not Mending Pouch? I don't know, actually. It's a
What's the
cool
point cost
idea.
of it?
2. Same point
2.
cost.
Wow.
I mean, I
that's
think
actually
your
not a bad
stats
idea.
are
It's a little
probably
mini
better.
Heaven's Grace.
Right. So if I pull up Heaven's Grace, I'll grab that now, and I'll read exactly what that does as soon as I have it on the screen. But Heaven's Grace heals everywhere, which is a big deal, and it heals per second. Right? So let me get that skill up so we can look here. Heaven's Grace heals a portion of all allied troops slightly wounded, healing factor of 1,000 per second for 20 seconds. So that's a grand total of 20,000 healing factor, but it's spread out, whereas Mending Pouch is only 5,000 and a limited number of troops. So you can see why you'd favor Heaven's Grace. I mean, if you have more points, it's just a bigger effect. Look at this. By the way, Arc to the Outpost? Hello? When have we seen that?
2019.
Blast from the past, baby. Yeah. JST flexing that old school muscle memory of running it back to the Outpost. I mean, they're scoring this right away. You don't wait at the Outpost,
instantly.
right?
Yeah, this is their strategy. Yeah, and you know, Star waltzes in there. He says, "Granddad did it. Dad did it. I'm gonna do it. Let's go. Let's go and put it in the Outpost. Let's move on about our day." Shrine of War just going back down in favor of OV, but again, the point disruption is really where JST shines. Not necessarily holding these structures that on the opponent's side for too long, but disrupting, constantly stopping these structures from giving OV points, which at the end of the day is almost as good as actually holding the structure for a long period anyway. So with both sides being equivalently equal, I mean, you've got one outpost that's JST's that's supposed to be OV's, but what a great start for the blue JST team here, almost doubling OV's score and capturing that arc instantly. Again, I would have almost thought that OV would have been the one that captured that, with the way that how quickly they captured it and how much they really tend to favor that middle fight. It's astonishing to see JST dominating so heavily so early in this matchup. OV has a hard hill to climb here, but at the same time, it is certainly doable. Both of these teams capable of coming back from almost any point total, but JST's looking very strong here, Chisco.
They are looking really strong, and it's worth mentioning that JST is actually not the guest team in this matchup. OV is the guest team. So JST made it into this tournament based off of their power. And it looks like, if I'm reading this roster correctly, HKL was the first guest team, but they actually did not field a team. And so there must have been 13 teams brought in by power. Yes, that is in fact correct. And so OV is the invited team in this bout today.
Oh, wow. It's hard to think, considering both of these teams have won Osiris League championships, that both of these teams wouldn't be invited teams. But here we are, right, in 2022, living in a different world. We're looking at the Sky Altar here for JST, trying to hold firm as best they can. Shrine of War going down in favor of OV just to the northeast of this picture that you're watching right now. 2 blinking buildings on OV's side, both altars, by the way, including the one you're watching right now. We have a swarm and a rally on this desert altar for JST. Again, make sure you use that code that just popped up on the screen to get yourself some free goodies inside of your game. Speaking of PSA, and now, PSA here for everybody watching. Today is the last day of the anniversary events inside the game. Make sure you finish all of those juicy quests to get those amazing prizes that you can get inside the game. Desert Altar is standing fairly firm here, but Sky Altar on the top side, though, is now JST's.
Dude, I'm glad you mentioned that. I completely forgot. Final days of the anniversary festival. I'm looking now. Oh, yeah. Final day for your sign-in spoils. Then you've got an additional 3 days to cash in the shop. Man, the 4th anniversary has just been jam-packed with events and stuff to do. It's actually a pretty exciting time in Rise of Kingdoms history. There's so much drama going on. There's so much excitement around Ark of Osiris League and the Grand Prix and some hype KVKs. Man, it's an exciting time to be playing Rise of Kingdoms.
Yeah, and if you could even, get to the point in the game where all these players are not new players, guys. These guys have been playing for the longest time. Obviously, myself and Chisco both over 4 years in this game, and sponsored by the makers of Rise of Kingdoms. That's why we're here and enjoying this content alongside of you all. But so much different activities in the game right now, and certainly right now, the first ever Grand Prix during the anniversary. I'm excited to be here casting it with Chisco, and certainly excited to be in front of all of you guys as we continue to see how this match plays out. Speaking of, again, it's still a 2-1 match in favor of JST points-wise, with this Desert Altar holding so strong against this massive OV push. So many marches for JST just doing the work. Although I don't know if they have enough. OV does have quite a few red marches around here just constantly swarming. We'll see if it holds up.
This is really impressive execution. The name of the game in Garrison defense is march swapping. Get your low health march out, put your high health march in, and the more players that actually do that, the easier it is for more players to do that. So clean execution here by JST. This is like textbook plays here from JST, holding this thing really longer than they have any business doing. Sneaking in march after march after march, slowly whittling down the forces of OV. I hope we keep the camera on this until all these marches get sad-faced and we see the conclusion of how this goes, because this right here is the playbook on how you defend a Desert Altar. You couldn't write it up any better than how it's being played right now.
That Nevsky, I feel like that Nevsky should have went inside the structure, and I knew it. As you were talking, I was like, that Nevsky that came over to hit the swarming march should have been inside that structure. The only reason that would have not happened is if he was the garrison. I think that might have actually been what happened. That's why the Jadwiga left and the Nevsky popped in the garrison, because he was trying to put his full Nevsky inside that structure. But unfortunately, structure goes down with no garrison. Obviously, JST takes it back immediately because they were able to clear the majority of the OV. But JST piling into the middle, again, solid positioning in front of that temple. OV doing the same in their same spot down at the bottom. Now, I want to make a prediction on this particular arc. Okay, I'm going to put my flag in the ground. Just go. JST
right,
at the initial engagement will pull back. So OV will try and push to the temple. JST will pull back to either the top or the bottom side of this lane, then pop their buffs, then engage. Then you'll see the arc spawn. That's my prediction. It's like I've seen it before.
I'll bite. I think they're just going to charge right in. You're right. I've seen it before. I don't think they're going to do it. Oh, especially if this one guy... Okay, he turned around. Especially if this one guy starts to fight early. Uh-oh.
Oh, man, if that dude just dove in, I'm like, okay, well, then my prediction is now over. But no, I think this will still happen. Luckily, that one guy didn't Rambo himself into the middle of that pack and get absolutely eviscerated.
I like your prediction. I think it's totally valid. I don't know if they're going to do it. But OV actually crushed the first fight. They just didn't resend back to mid, right? I think. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
They're moving in.
What do they do?
The name of the game here is getting all the merchants at the same time.
Push. They're just going to hold. Okay. So
they're
didn't
holding.
Push, didn't pull back. They're just going to hold.
This time.
Just make us both wrong.
Was good though. You got to be ready
I
for
kinda liked it.
what happens.
Maybe they heard, probably
There's
heard, you know what? JST probably
War
heard
Drums
it.
and Mystical for both teams. Slouty, Heaven's Grace.
Heaven's
So
Grace, yep.
OV running the double heal on their bar here, but only casting one of them for this particular instance. And this just gets so chunky. It's hard to tell what's going on with all these marches in the middle. I think
Both
for this
teams using
mid-fight to
Heaven's
really
Grace.
see what's happening, you have to simplify the graphics, even if temporarily, for this particular part of the battle in order to really see how it's unfolding. Because my goodness, it's just a mess of marches. And what do we see? We see Skippy Honda. We see some double C carriers floating around there. We see Nevsky William. There's even some Jads. I wonder if that's the Jad Attila. And by the way, it is Jad Attila's. Jad is a pretty dang good commander to pick it up. There's the double heal. Mending Pouch. Called that shot. Double heal from OV. And look! I mean, I think OV commit more points. But they have the presence. I wonder if OV is going to get gummed up. This carry by JST is absolutely critical right now. OV is owning the field, I think, but not dominating the field. So JST, who's having a bunch of sad faces that just went back, can still get back into this mid-fight, especially with a double grab. There it is again.
That's
JST
exactly what JST
bringing
needed.
the arc back their way. It's exactly what you got to do if you're not winning this mid-fight. And I'm not sure that they are. But it's close.
Yeah, I think
this
both
matchup
teams
may
are
have
close.
two fights that result in a prolonged mid-fight, which is really unusual. Please do note, boom, big pickup now by OV. Where's John Wick when you need him to carry the arc? OV's got someone
And
else
down
to
it
do the
goes.
job. Arc is down. Notice, by the way, the Shrine of War in the hands of JST. That's a 10% stat boost for them, but a 20% swing in the total stats, because one team is losing 10%. That's 5% attack and defense. The other team is gaining those stats. It's actually a lot of stats, right? I mean, if we look at Mystical
they
and
did-
War Drums, that's like 30%, right? I'll
Well,
look it
yeah, I
up
mean, I think
really quickly. I'm pretty sure it's 30%. I mean, what I'm basically
Yeah.
trying to say is the Shrine of War, it's pretty big. 20%'s a lot.
It definitely is, and this is actually what they did last time too. But it's surprising having all those additional stats. They are still losing these mid fights pretty soundly as JST. But again, are they going to be able to come back to the middle? They were able to do it whenever the arc was a lot farther south last time. So I'm wondering if OV is going to try and do the same thing, knowing they need this arc to get back in this match. It's now again a 9,000 point match, almost 10,000 point match in favor of JST right now. This arc being 3,500 points will not catch them up, but it will help them on the track to getting back to even, which is where OV's sights need to be laid right now. And with one structure extra in JST's color blue, they're going to have a lot of points to make up here, and it's going to be difficult for OV. Like you said, with the stat discrepancy from both teams here, JST gaining a lot of extra stats, although it doesn't seem like it's panning out so much in the middle fight. OV may be committing more troops, which is ultimately going to override any stat bonus. But again, pouring into the middle, are they going to come around the outside edges this time instead of up through the middle? That'll be something to maybe take a peek at as we're continuing to watch this fight. Huge, huge run for OV and their arc carrier, continuing to bring it back to the top lane, where, by the way, JST owns that Shrine of War right there. I'm not sure if that's the lane to bring it in. What do you think, Shishel? Should they do it up top here, or should they be going towards the outpost, or maybe their bottom lane obelisk?
Yeah, so I have a bunch of thoughts. I think it is probably correct the way they're running it, even though the Shrine of War is currently owned by JST. I feel like it's pretty risky to encourage the enemy to move in on your own weak side altar. So I think it's okay to run it by the Shrine of War, but I do think that if both teams don't get back to mid, it's going to be problematic. And I've got to issue a correction to my statement about the stats from War Drums and Mystical. You ready for this, Drago? Mm-hmm. What do you think is the percent boost of War Drums? I thought it was 30%.
Isn't it 80%?
You know what it actually is? 80%, bro. 80% attack.
Yeah.
You know what the defense boost is for Mystical? I said 30.
I believe.
It's 50.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
Yeah, I've used these once or twice.
By the way, Nice carry by JST here, bringing it back to
they've done a
center.
great job
Now
bringing
I
it
would
back.
say this favors JST. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. This is really crazy. Let me explain what's happening here. Because OV was winning, but not dominating the middle fight, a bunch of JST marches got sent home early. Meanwhile, there were a lot of low health OV marches left in the middle. The remaining JST players stalled long enough for a bunch of those sad face marches really early on to get back here. Whereas OV was still with all these marches in the middle that were low health, they're only now just getting sad faced. So because OV was winning at the start, they're now losing because JST got to reset faster back to middle. Dang.
Mm-hmm. And they still own that Shrine of War in the top lane too. Just I got to point it out. They've held that for the entire fight basically. And again, maybe didn't maybe factor in stats wise at the very beginning, but the continued fight, the continued wearing down of what's been in the middle for OV has really turned the tide for JST being able to continue to bring this back. And they are breaking out again, bringing this arc back. I wonder if they're going to go to the outpost again. Maybe a quick rally from OV towards that front outpost may be in order. I don't think the mid fight's going to be able to do it anymore. OV needs to either be coming around the sides now at this point with how far back this arc is, or switch to the structure game immediately, because this arc fight in the middle is over. JST peeling out with that arc in solid fashion. Only 2 marches remain. 1 goes down instantly. Here's 3 more coming up through that big ball of blue. Arc finally goes down, but I think this is enough for JST to start feeling confident. This is their arc, and with it now being a 10,000 point game, again, extra building for JST for the last 5 minutes. Shrine of War in their favor. This is turning into a boat race. JST dominating this match.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to score this arc, by the way. It looked like they were going for the outpost again. Are they really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
okay.
I said, Granddad did it. Dad did it. We're going to do it.
Okay. We're going to the outpost. Not the place I expected. Definitely a place that's entertaining to see it go.
Yeah. There's 3 rallies on the board right now, Chisco. I wonder if one of those is an outpost rally.
I mean, I think there would be no more entertaining play than seeing OV take the outpost with the arc about to cap there. Doesn't look like that's going to work out.
Yeah, doesn't look like that's what's
Judging
happening.
by what I see here, though,
it's so fun.
doesn't look like that's happening.
Back in the early days when Richard Charles was the meta, I had held that against a solid team for a good minute and a half, getting swarmed down as we captured the arc inside of it. Amazing.
Dude, the old school content is actually pretty amazing. I was rewatching an old video with Richard and Hannibal Barca rallying Richard and Julius Caesar in a building fort, and it was like a 10-minute rally, and it's like, how was this ever a thing? Oh, man.
And here we are with all the latest gen commanders on the screen. XYs, Boudica Primes, Guan Scipio Primes, Honda Tadakatsu behind a Scipio Prime. We have Nevsky primaries and secondaries. None of the original commanders, with the exception of possibly a YSG, are on the field now.
YSG,
Most of
by
these
the
are
way.
being replaced.
I saw JST using a Nevsky YSG. That surprised me.
Absolutely. That's a great pairing. 50%
It's okay,
damage boost
man.
on Nevsky?
It's okay.
Come on. Nevsky gets
It's
to fire his skills
okay.
faster because of the Rage Engine from YSG's second skill, and 50% damage bonus from his fourth skill. It's squishy,
I
but
know.
it is a cannon.
It's okay. I used it in KVK on my restart account. It was fine, but I'm very eager to replace that commander. I did Mehmet initially, and I'm really hyped now for the new Joan Prime, man. That looks so good. It's gonna be so strong.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm looking forward to both of them, and I'm a Garrison player on my main in my kingdom, or one of my kingdoms, and that Jan Ziska looks enticing. Jadwiga is already meta right now, not only in Osiris League, but also in the KBK and Inter-Kingdom fighting formats. We're going to add another really, really good cavalry commander for Garrison. I'm really excited to see these next two commanders come out next week on the Wheel and MGE and a kingdom near you for Season of Conquest. And we do see the Shrine of War now in favor of OV. A little bit of taste of your own medicine for JST, but again, the damage is done. It is now a 14,000 point match in favor of JST after capturing that second arc immediately. 19 minutes, 42 seconds left in the match. 6 minutes until the next arc spawns, Chisco. We at least have one more arc coming out. I don't know how well OV is going to be able to support a push back into point relevance in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I mean, you need to get the next two arcs, and you need to hold a lot of buildings. And right now, they don't hold a lot of buildings. They've got 3 altars in favor of JST. So this is a really tough position to be in. We're hitting the point where it's difficult to recoup the scoreboard with this sort of a differential of 2-1, which it's a tough position. I mean, you basically have to take more risky plays because your odds of winning are lower. And I know I talk about this a lot, right? But when the situation gets really tough, your best option is to take really high risk, low likelihood of success actions. Because if for some miracle it all works out, then you actually could win. And that's the difference between sort of playing to win versus playing to not lose. So they've got to take big risks to play to win here, and hopefully we'll see them do that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, they're going to have to, right? I mean, they're down by 14,000 points. Risks are definitely on the menu for OV, but I don't know if there's enough risks available. Now, JST owning all 4 altars. That's not the risks they were looking to take. JST being very, very dominant in this match. It's good to see both of these teams really going after each other, and JST really showing themselves here, putting a definite pounding on OV, holding this desert altar on the bottom lane. What's supposed to be OVs, it's supposed to be red, but looks like it might turn red eventually. Not too many JST left over here to hold it, but again, the points disruption is what wins these battles, and JST has played that to a T.
Yeah, I mean, this is a well-rehearsed team, and they've been together for a while now on JST. And they're still one of the top teams that people look to try to beat because they're so dang difficult. So we knew that JST would be tough to fight against. My expectation going into this matchup was that the scoreboard will be a little bit closer at this point. And so I do want to point out some differences in sort of what marches are being fielded, because this could make a difference. You know, now that I've watched Jadwiga with Attila for a while in a bunch of different places on the field, I feel like it's kind of an underpowered march compared to what could bring. And while you do have the possibility of sort of hiding who your garrison captain might be, I think you're better off just bringing 1 or 2 captain marches down the field. Maybe it gets swarmed out before it gets to be the captain. But I think you really need every march to be big area of effect damage, high impact, in order to really get the job done.
Yeah, I agree. We were really kind of something that you see on the regular, Jadwiga and Attila on the field, open field fighting, and we thought maybe it might be a distraction march. We thought maybe it might be just a secondary filler just in case kind of thing. But no, it seems pretty intentional. They're keeping them on the field, and we've even seen them in the middle. So there's obviously no structure in the middle to be garrisoning with a Jadwiga Attila. So they're intentionally bringing that march out to fight with. It's pretty incredible to see them do that, considering, again, like you said, the commander choice they have. We do have another mid-fight coming, though, Chisco, with about, 2.5 minutes left. Maybe it'll start off in about 1 minute and 45. Both sides, again, stacking up, although JST not getting their usual spot. OV very much forward towards the temple. Maybe this will change the way this actually plays out, and maybe, just maybe, JST will pull back like I told them to the last time. Not that it mattered. They won both arcs, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I feel like OV has the numbers here. Like, they could start this fight early, and I feel like it would advantage them. So I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that and used the numbers advantage they have. I also want to highlight how they engage. Look how spread out they are. I mean, you got half the people in the back, half the people in the front. They have an overwhelming force, but it's really hard to get everybody to do the same thing at the same time. Look how spread out they are for this engage.
There they go.
Now's
See?
your.
Thank you. Don't
there's your
make me look
call.
like a complete idiot.
There's your call. They did that just for you, Drago.
They did.
They
I know
backed
they did.
up
Like,
and then they swing in all at once with to the death. I mean, the thing about the JST engage to the death mirrored, by the way, by OV. The thing about that JST engage is that pretty much every March is in the fight almost simultaneously. And I think teams should really be looking to copy that. I cannot emphasize enough how much the mid-fight is about DPS, that's damage per second. And the biggest loss of DPS in the mid-fight is probably walking to your next target. So if you can just
exactly right.
stay in combat, keep your rage bar going, find another target nearby, keep your rage bar going, find another target nearby, and you're not walking around, whether that's to get to the fight for the engage or after it's started, making sure you're hitting target, 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 target. That's how you win these fights.
I totally agree. You need to keep that rage cycle going. Every time you stop your rage bar, it's another 5 to 10 seconds to get it revved back up and get the ball rolling with all the skills. You cannot let that bar stop rolling. That's how these teams are so dominant. They never stop attacking. Generating rage is key in these middle fights. The mechanisms for all these commanders to fire that stuff off is critical to get as much rage as possible. That's why you see a lot of war drums being used. I guarantee you. That's why you see a lot of group buffing accessories, like maybe a Seth's Call, or again, Williams inside the fight with the group buffs and the target debuffs with the skill damage bonuses being removed. I mean, there's so many things going into these mid fights. JST looking very dominant in the middle again, though.
Yeah, I mean, this really is where big AoE damage and big group buffs shine and are astronomically powerful. As you were describing, William generating rage, providing defense, all that stuff, so crucial. Although, not nearly as crucial as actually taking the arc to its destination. JST, the first one to take a stab at that. It looks like JST is just going to win this fight, though. So, this is going to be pretty problematic for OV. What's weird is that I would have declared OV the winner of the last two mid-brawls, but only by a tiny edge. And then they get beaten in the refresh. Here, I would say JST they just won this. This is theirs. This is unlike the other two arcs where you would have said send back to middle. This is an arc mid-brawl where you call the fight. You say it's over, go somewhere else. I don't know.
Where? Like what?
In the middle.
It was here.
In the middle.
It was in the middle, but there was like 4 marches.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw them get the heal. I just watched it. I don't know.
Is there a tertiary effect to Mending Pouch besides the heal? Is there like a speed boost or something?
There is not.
Maybe.
I will.
Because that's the second time they've done that. Or maybe
the
it
first
happened
Mending Pouch
already.
I thought was pretty cool.
I bet they did it earlier and the gamers just showing it casting. I bet that's probably what's happened. Because I know Slouty did not hit Mending Pouch twice in a row when there's no marches or in the middle.
No, it wasn't Slouty. It was,
done that.
I think, BB. And I did see the heal trigger on the marches, so that happened.
Oh, okay, well,
that definitely happened. I'm
trying to help. I'm trying to understand what just happened. But again, OV getting the Desert Ultra back.
Instantly heal some slightly wounded units. Healing factor 5,000. Up to 30 Alliance troops within an area. Cooldown 600 seconds.
That's it. No extra buffs, huh?
That happened.
Okay, well, that did just happen. All right, well, I mean, it's lining up very well with the points being 35,000 in favor of OV's opponent. JST absolutely walking away with this victory, not only with the victory, though, but with another arc in their pouch. And I'm going to take a stab and say that they're about to capture it into the outpost. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going for speed to capture at this point. They're running up the score, which is understandable. Honestly, I know that JST has a really dominating score here, but most people who might be critical of OV in this situation would stand absolutely no chance of beating the OV team, quite frankly. So OV is, make no mistake about it, a very top-tier team that very few teams in the game, in any realm of Osiris League, would actually be able to beat in a real match with a team that they actually play with. So, you know, curb the criticism that I see in the chat because OV is a top tier team. However, so is JST, and JST is definitely flexing that skill in this particular matchup with how they're playing.
Yeah, this really is getting me excited as we go into the playoffs for the Osiris League Season 6, right? Season 6? As we go into the Osiris League playoffs coming up for JST, playing some of these, again, established teams that they've beat and lost to in previous seasons. Obviously, we saw OneV last match absolutely dominate. You're going to see it on the bracket anyway, so I don't feel bad spoiling. And again, seeing those teams play again is going to be very, very much a must-watch TV kind of situation on this very channel. So again, make sure that you hit the like button, assuming that you're enjoying this content, which I don't see why you wouldn't be. What block are you living under if that's the case? And also subscribe to the channel. Make sure that you hit the bell notification too, so you see when this channel posts new content officially from the Rise of Kingdoms channel. We've got JST again pouring into the Shrine of War area over here, trying to defend it, or at least get it back anyway. It is in OV's hands. OV does have the structure game right now from a points per minute standpoint, but again, a little bit too late. 8 minutes, 45 seconds left in the match. There will be no more arcs left, so it will basically be an open field / structure game fight for the remainder of this match. JST and OV battling it out. This was really kind of the anticipated match of the day, and it being the second one has not disappointed. JST really putting on a clinic for not only winning the mid-fight Chiscool, but also losing the mid-fight, but then snatching it from the claws of defeat and winning that arc fight eventually.
Yeah, I mean, they were really entertaining mid-fights. As I said, it's the first series of mid-brawls we saw in this entire Grand Prix where there was that send back to middle, extended middle fight. And what I found so interesting is, again, the advantage I felt went to JST in part because they were able to get back to the middle so fast because so many of their marches were sad faced at the start. I do kind of wonder, like, in the mid-brawl strategy, was OV targeting marches and sad facing them rather than letting them stay low health? I assume they weren't doing that, but I don't know. I really have to look more closely to try to assess what happened. Was the combination of marches right? Was the number of marches in the middle correct? I mean, there's really so many things that go into that would be really interesting to study. Like if there was actually, you know, something that showed us off to the side how many marches were in the temple area at any moment in time, that would be an insanely cool statistic to see how many marches are actually there from each team, you know? And to see
man.
like a DPS meter would be so cool. I know that's a tall ask, but to see in real time how much damage per second each team is doing, wouldn't that be cool? Like, it'd be so informative.
So cool. Yeah, I would love that, to see that kind of granular detail to these fights. Because again, you have to question, right? You have to assume, you have to say, okay, it kind of looks like these guys have more, and it kind of looks like these guys are dominating. But if you had that data on the right side, being able to tickle down and see, okay, I see that OV is sending people home at a higher clip than JST or vice versa, and the DPS meter translating into more dead marches on that number, that you could really get into the analytics of the game more than just like what your eyes can see, but what the numbers pan out to be. So we do see a desert altar here for OV getting swarmed down again. It is now all 4 altars. Blue for JST. They are blinking. Some of them are blinking, but they are currently blue. Continuing the domination, over 21,000 points. Look at that, 22,000 points in favor of JST. That's all the arcs and half the structure game. Ahead is JST against OV, and I think JST is really making a statement game here. People were thinking this is going to be back and forth. Some people were assuming that OV would win since they had most recently won, well, not most recently, but they had won 2 Osiris League's playoff systems, and it looks like JST is really making a statement here, making a statement against OV, but also to the future Osiris League playoff contenders that they're going to be facing. Insatiable Desire also being used, not leaving any point unturned, Chiscool.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that we'll see a pretty big provisioning score from OV. I don't know what JST did on the provisioning front because I didn't see the provisioners leave out the gate like we saw with OV. I might have just missed it. So it'll be really interesting to see what that provisioning strategy ultimately was and what that final provisioning score is. I'm quite confident that teams are studying what JST has been doing in this matchup to try to emulate their success here. Because although the differential is 20,000 points, that's a big number, OV is not an easy team to beat. In fact, I will remind people in the chat that they were not only the first winner of Osiris League, but then they came back in Season 3 and won again. So they were, I believe, the first two-time winner as well. So it's pretty dang cool to see OV on the field here. And it's really cool to see JST bringing some tactics that are making OV sweat.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't they in the finals in Season 2 as well when they lost to HKL? Or did HKL beat another team?
I don't
do we
remember.
Both not remember, and maybe chat can help us.
I actually don't remember. Chat, who was in the finals of Season 2? HKL won.
HKL beat.
And they're the invited team.
It was JWM, maybe. I think it was JWM.
It might have been JWM, actually. That sounds really familiar. It does sound really familiar.
It was JWM. Yeah, I remember casting it, actually. Because the storyline was JWM finally makes it to the finals after getting beaten by OV last year. They're back. They beat OV in the playoffs, and now somebody beat OV in the playoffs, which got them out of the way of JWM, which let them get to the finals, and then HKL beat them. It was pretty crazy. But again, I think JST really, again, making a statement here. OV obviously doing all the right things to finish this matchup with 3.5 minutes left. JST absolutely just dominating this matchup. 23,000 point advantage across the board. I expect whenever we go to see the summary just go of this match, it's going to be pretty heavily favoring on all the things that matter, right? Arcs and structures are going to be heavily in favor of JST. This is not your typical JST too, as well. I would say typically JST doesn't really capture those arcs so quickly. I would also say JST definitely doesn't lose those mid-fight matches that early, but I think they've fine-tuned their allotment of resources across the map because, guys, this is a huge map. It doesn't seem like it because the camera's popping all around and you're getting to see all the action. But when you're playing in this, to get from one side to the other, it's like 10 minutes to march from the right corner of the map to the top left corner of the map. It's a large map. So you've got to have your stuff not only allocated properly in certain locations, but you've got to be ahead of the ball. You have to be ahead of the game to actually start that process, or else you're not going to be there on time, especially against these top tier teams. With that being said, I mean, we have, again, look, both teams have the same thing. Even though they have the opponent's structure, they both have the shrine, so it's basically an equal map right now. JST sitting at the temple. Technically, if you hit a Swift Stride or something with nobody stopping you, you might be able to actually capture that last arc. Are they going to do that? I don't know if that's a little bit of BM or not, but it looks like OV coming to the middle just to stop that from happening. They don't want to have anything to do with seeing JST capture another arc in this matchup. That player going right to the middle saying, oh no.
I don't think there's enough time. Even with a perfect arc carrying march with T1, which they are set up to do, it is a window of seconds to actually arrive at your destination. So if there is literally any disruption, there's no shot of scoring that arc. And even as it stands, I believe that the exact math, I did this too long ago and now I don't remember, so I'm a little disappointed I didn't write it down. But it's like either a minute and 20 seconds or a minute and 40 seconds to make that walk. Well, and now we get to find out.
They're going to go to the bottom.
It looks like, though, with just a couple marches here, there's no shot that these carriers get away with this arc. It might run for a little bit, but once you hold that arc, you're slow. And also, that march was standing in a slightly suboptimal position.
Yeah.
They've targeted a short distance away.
Yeah, they're not going to make it. I don't think... If they had the movement speed bonus, I think they might actually make it. But with the fact that they've got marches coming from behind to drop this is going to be GG for the arc carrier. But overall, JST having GG on this match, 47,000 points versus 24,000 points. What an execution by JST. Not only winning this match, but even trying to get this last arc in the last final seconds. I mean, there it goes. It's not going to get done. 20 seconds left in the match, just go. We've got OV doing everything they can to just finish this match out and move on. JST, however, will be moving on to the next round. got 2 matches here in the books with 10 seconds left. Watching the Arc Carrier get dropped again. Last skills being used. Might as well use them. Use them if you got them. Defeat and victory for JST. We saw it, folks. The last hour dominated by JST's performance. Mid-fights, structure game, and being in the right place at the right time affords JST the victory. We also have, again, a solid performance from OV, but again, JST really bringing it home. Welcome back to the booth, everybody. Really appreciate you all staying with us, staying tuned. I'd like to thank my co-host, Chisco, for really keeping it locked in and loaded for all the content here and all the commentary. Chisco, what do you think about the strategy? I think OV had a typical strategy. I'm not sure if they necessarily varied from theirs, where I think, personally, JST really kind of stepped their game up. Maybe a little bit of a little bit of trigger on a different type of strategy, augmenting it just a little bit.
You know, the place I would look for the big difference between these teams is probably in the field marches that were being deployed. I think you can expect great mechanics from both teams. I feel like their strategies were not particularly noteworthy in regard to like doing big, unique,
special
different
things,
plays.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like majorly different skills were used. I think perhaps OV used some things that seemed like they might give an edge, but ultimately probably did not. Things like the healing ability that we don't normally see, right? Like, we probably don't normally see it because it's probably not as good. I love that OV has always historically left no stone unturned for things that can give them advantages, like we saw them try, like the Jad Attila. But I think in the end, some of those strategies ultimately fell short of what they were set out to accomplish, and JST just brought probably a lot of efficiency to the marches they used, the way they used them, and got the W.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. I mean, when you're doing those things, right, those special things, the Mending Pouch, the Chadwiga with Attila Secondary, I feel like maybe they tried it in some of their matches leading up to the Grand Prix, and it worked. Like, maybe it did something special that you didn't see on the screen today against JST, and that's probably because they might not have played JST, or maybe they played JST, and JST knew it was coming and did something different. I don't know. Either way, we clearly saw JST really dominate the match from start to finish, basically. The match was in JST's hands with a 3,000, 4,000 point advantage before the first arc even spawned. So they just continued that domination throughout the entirety of the match. What a match it was. I mean, even though it seemed like it was kind of a blowout, OV still felt like they were there, ready to make their move. And unfortunately for them, they did not. JST was either ready for it and counterpunched it, or they just weren't letting them do it. They were so dominant on the defensive front, and certainly dominant on the offensive front, really disrupting that points per minute from OV. And that's really what ultimately, in combination with winning all the arcs and even almost that fourth one there at the very end with T1 troops, really kind of sealed the deal for JST. We're popping in here to the most valuable player for JST line with the backwards end, taking the MVP title, 276,844 points. Congratulations not only to Line, but also, again, to JST for being so dominant in this matchup. I do like the fact that Boudica Prime being used. I know it's not something that you generally care about, but sometimes we see Lancelot sitting there for the most valuable player, and generally you don't get that on the field in these top tier matchups. So good to see one of the better commanders in the game being used for the portrait for Line. He deserves it. He deserves it from a score standpoint and certainly from a capability standpoint. And really, Chisco, as we jump into the recaps and, you know, all those things, I just want to point out too, you know, OV, like you said, they're tried and true. You know, they've done this before. I think they just need to update a few things that JST, like OneV, like these later generation teams that have been winning are doing. I think they're still going after the arc and really banking on that for their victory. And as you can see, OV with 0 points in the Ark of Osiris score. And like we said before, JST, 13,000 point advantage delta on the occupation score, even more so than the arcs. was mission critical for them. They executed on that strongly. OV, however, winning out on the provision score and the total kills, oddly enough, and somebody healed 666 troops. How about that? That's cute. Chisco, what do you think of these numbers here? Do you see anything that jumps out at you?
I mean, I think it's interesting. They got more occupation points advantage in JST than they got advantage in arc points. I wasn't expecting it to be more points of, again, lead ahead of OV from occupation than from arcs. I feel like the total kills is really interesting. And I think it reflects the fact that OV was, in fact, winning some of these mid-fights, but ultimately lost the arc. Really brutal. Maybe the only way out of that would have just been faster grabs of the arc. Final score on the board here. What a game. Definitely eager to see the replays of some of the hot moments throughout this match.
Yeah, agreed. And, as we jump into that here in just a few moments, we see a dominating performance on paper and on the screen in the past hour from JST. 47,641 is the point score, which I think that might be one of the higher totals of this Grand Prix so far. I'm sure I'm off by maybe one or two matches, but it's got to be one of the higher ones. And I did expect to see a lot higher occupation score, like we saw, 33,000 points. But not, like you said, not quite that high. And I definitely didn't think it was going to be more than the actual arc totals itself. So we see the replay going on again. This was the very beginning. We saw those T1 marches coming out with Siege. Provisioning was going to be the name of the game on the back end for OV. But this fight at the Desert Altar really set the tone on the bottom lane for JST. Not only holding their own, but really focusing that bottom lane Desert Altar of OV and capturing it. This mid-fight, back and forth. It was such a contentious mid-fight. OV looking dominant at the very beginning, but JST coming in with reinforcements very quickly and grabbing it. There's OV using that mending pouch skill, which did have some marches on the field to use it on, but 5,000 points, not enough of healing to get that middle fight team rejuvenated enough to capture it. And there's JST taking it back to the outpost. There it goes. You see the moving arrow there. OV trying to take that outpost away from the garrison of XY. Did not work out. And now we see OV capturing it and JST capturing it and pushing at the same time. Second arc fight. Again, JST holding firm, not moving an inch. That's their territory. They wanted it. Again, though, OV looking dominant, looking very strong there. You see at the top left, though, JST coming in, trying to recapture it, and sure enough, they do. They pick it up twice in a row, get it moving back towards their outpost, and again, Granddad did it, Dad did it, and now we're going to do it. This double C carrying the arc into an uncontested outpost. Also owning an extra shrine as well during that capture. Here's the third fight. They finally did what I said they were going to do and pulled back before OV, Slouty popping that mystical formation buff. Lots of skills being used in the mid-fights here. A couple unique ones like we saw earlier with the mending pouch, but again, to no avail. That arc being captured again for a third time by JST. And now it's just a crazy fight, open field. Really enjoyed all that. Here is the bracket, though. We now again see 1V again winning the earlier match at 12 UTC, defeating Camo. That was a really good match. And it looks a little bit different from a point standpoint, but that was really a 5,000 point match in my opinion, until 1V just started dominating the last 10 minutes. And JST, really dominant performance against OV, previous champions in Osiris League. Both teams deserve to be here, and JST proving that they are the dominating force. 16 UTC, we have another matchup coming up for you folks. 60 GT, no, that's not right. They lost. It's going to be New V versus 64 PL. Looking forward to bringing that to you guys in just over an hour. Looking forward to seeing you guys coming back soon. We'll see you guys here.
to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soldier faith, your dream, it burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you. Seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory. The blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the lost temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the Alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, Tutmosis III, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side, my loyal...
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
people! Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspire to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, the sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on an icy flood, do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand. Inside
Chiscool is going to join us very shortly. But welcome, everybody, to another third match today. Chiscool, I'll throw it over to you.
Yeah, hey, sorry I was muted. That's my bad. I'm like bringing all this hype and all this energy. I'm like, oh my gosh, my microphone is muted. GG. What's going on, everybody? Today, we're casting a legendary Ark of Osiris matchup. Pancasila versus New V. That's 64 PL versus New V. And this should be an awesome matchup. I realized, by the way, Jagothian, I'm actually battling against this group in KVK right now. Of course, this is actually a separate Ark of Osiris League Grand Prix environment where all these games are taking place. And for this matchup, every team has access to the same stuff. That means they've got access to every commander in the game. They've got access to 5 sets of every single piece of equipment, their choice of city theme and civilization. It's hype. It comes down to skill and execution. How are you feeling about this matchup today, Drago?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like we're in for another really, really solid matchup between two really good teams. Obviously, New V, an extension or piece of OneV. So we saw OneV this morning get their victory today. I'm sure New V is looking to do the same against 64 PL. Both teams really strong. Both teams have performed very well, or at least the players in both of these teams have performed very well in the Osiris League system. Both teams are also, as you mentioned before, in KVK. You're fighting 64 PL. New V is a part of Kingdom 34, also in a very contentious Heroic Anthem Pioneer. Well, Heroic Anthem Power Up, I guess, is now is what it's called. But they're all fighting. So fighting here, fighting there. We get to enjoy this piece of it at least, and certainly looking forward to the next hour as both of these teams unveil their strategy. I'm curious if New V changes a little bit up to school. They were so dominant as far as execution-wise last week. Didn't necessarily show up domination-wise on the scorecard so much, but certainly the actual execution was very, very strong, and I could probably see them doing the same thing here. 64 PL might need to do something a little bit different. What are your thoughts? Do you think they're going to change anything up? Do you think they're going to keep things the same? We're going to have to see, I guess, but love to hear your thoughts.
You know, I think they're definitely going to learn from the previous week and what went down. I think 64 PL, from what I've learned of them, they're a really serious kingdom. And so they will have studied what New V is doing. They will adapt, even though they've been a little distracted battling in KVK all week, and it's been pretty intense. I'm sure they're putting in the reps to prepare for this matchup. And the same is true of New V. No doubt they've been studying what 64 PL did in their last matchup. And if they're going to make any adjustments, they'll make them. I'll say that they're also all probably watching all of the other matches to see if there's anything that happens that they want to emulate. So I think we should see the best of all strategies emerging in this matchup. And at some point in this tournament, I think we'll settle on whatever the meta is. Maybe not this round of battles, maybe not next round of battles, but in the final 4 and final match, I think that's what we can expect. So in blue, 64 PL, Pancasila. In red, New V, that's Next Gen 1V. This is our 16 UTC matchup, and it's full of hype. Drago, do you think this is going to be a less than 5,000 point game? Or do you think it's going to be a 10,000 point game or more?
You know, I always want to see a less than 5,000 point game as we get into the lineup for 64 PL. I think maybe if I had to make a, gun to my head prediction, I think new 1V is going to, or next gen 1V, I should say, is going to take it. And will it be over 5,000 points? Probably. Key combatants here for 64 PL: Kitty, Meow, YGG, Endless, RTRW0604. Lots of letters and consonants and numbers in there. Odin, Kitty Meow again, and 6. I'm familiar with a few of these players, having fought with a bunch of them. Chiscool, let's see what the red team Next Gen 1V looks like, though, as it's coming up here very shortly.
New V lineup here. I believe, although I might be wrong, that this is actually the invited team from 1V. I'm not sure where they put their main team players and where they put their invited team, but the kingdom of OneV actually has 2 teams in this tournament, and if I'm not mistaken, this new V team has the strongest players from their kingdom. They demonstrated this in their battle against 60 GT last week. The captain, I Am Strong, on screen, as well as the Duke and 4 others highlighted as the key combatants today. This should be an exciting matchup. This is the sort of top-tier gameplay where you watch, you study, and you learn everything you can, just like we saw in previous matchups earlier today. There is just so much to learn from every game that we watch. I know I feel like I am just getting better and better simply by watching these incredible players play the game.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, obviously we've gotten the chance to really cast a lot of these Osiris League champions and playoffs, and I know whenever I was the one planning anyway, the strategy for my Alliance's team definitely brought back everything that I could seeing these things. We're going to get the chance to do the same thing here in the Grand Prix. JST was a prime example last match of really showing what needs to be done to win all phases of the game. I think they lost a little bit on the provisions, but when you dominate so heavily by 20,000 points and all the other ones, who really cares? But we do have 64 PL coming into the match here, Chisco. I also want to kind of point out too, before I really just kind of hand this over to you and you get to do your thing. This game, not only we're seeing these 2 teams pour in here, this game brings together players from around the world, fans from around the world. I see a lot of them in chat right now too, from the community, from the fan base. I'd love for everybody in the chat to go ahead and shout out where they're viewing from, where they're hailing from, so we can get a good idea of where everybody is viewing this amazing match about to come from.
The 64 PL team looks like they're mostly teleported in. We've got 1 minute and 45 seconds left in the prep phase of the battle. A few more making their way into the battle here. I'll remind you, by the way, we talked about this earlier in the day, but the teleport order into this matchup is very important. I myself have been tasked with joining a rally at the start and found myself to be over a minute away, which means I'm delaying the rally unless I hop through cities. So the teleport order here is very important for getting you positioned close to where the rallies are that you're going to join, and also potentially closer to where you need to walk to. You see New V now also executing a series of sequenced entries into the battle, even with a minute remaining. They only now, I think, still have players porting in, right? So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they're calling out player by player who's supposed to enter and when, making sure they're in. And with now 50 seconds remaining, I believe the majority of both teams are fully ported into the battle and are ready to go. As a reminder, in this format, you can only bring 30 players and have 5 substitutes. So if you need to sub somebody in, that person does need to join the battle after the timer has gone down to 0.
What's really funny? I think a lot of the players in this matchup actually, you're looking at these 453 million power totals. Some of these players in these games actually have way more than that. So I know a lot of us out there viewing, right? We're like, oh my goodness, 453 million power. I would love to have that. Some of these players in these matches are actually like, where's all my troops? I'm missing troops. Where can I have my troops back? As the countdown starts again, really looking forward to seeing the strategies unfolded here. New V again pouring their marches out. Split screen action in effect. Marches pouring through the gate here. Chisco, do we see anything special? I see some T1s coming out. I don't see any siege yet, so wondering if provisioning will be a focus from either one of these teams.
It's really interesting. I don't think we've seen any of the winning teams have siege come marching out of the gate at the start. So to me, this signals that the idea that you provision from the very start of the battle might actually be outdated. Like I said, every time we play this, there's new insights, right? But if they're not bringing siege at the start, that means that they have more marches for the initial action. And you better believe that even just 5 extra marches, taking, let's say, an altar, the desert altar specifically, is really important and could be the difference maker. So I actually like that we're seeing that. And although we can't study every single march that left all the cities, here we see hard push being activated. I would be remiss to not say that I think a lot of these teams might not open with provisioning, and that's really interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. When we're talking about seconds count, right? Focusing those marches on points that matter at the beginning, and maybe needing those 5 or 6 extra marches at the Desert Altar on the opponent's side to take that structure and get that first occupation score. Provisioning has taken a little bit of a back seat from points standpoint. They used to be huge. You used to see 15,000, 16,000 point totals sometimes on provisioning with a competitive match, and now generally you're sitting at that 4,000 to 5,000 range for teams that actually focus on it, right? So I think that really focusing all of your marches and energy on capturing those 750 crucial points from the Desert Altars of your opponent, that's a 1,500 point swing for any side that's able to accomplish that, and then flowing to the middle, right? Just go for those always fun to watch arc battles.
Yeah, it does look like 64PL is missing one of the outposts. So there we go. Now the structure game is relatively
every
even.
time.
So what we've seen every single matchup here without failure is a full commitment to pushing inside lane, which is where the Desert Altars are. You run through the Shrine of War to the Desert Altar. Now there may be aggression on other things, but it seems like teams these days are dismissing the idea of going other places. In other words, if we can get close to taking that altar, what if instead of sending someone to go take a Shrine of Life, we just send everybody to the Desert Altar, and then we can get it for sure? I feel like that's the direction teams are moving, and as the meta moves in that direction, that means more defensive commitment goes into that same altar, that same lane, and it locks in this strategy even more. I don't think we'll see anything today that shakes that up. I expect we'll see exactly the same thing we've been seeing. Now, I do like that some marches from 64PL have arrived first. However, they're looking a little bit outnumbered here, and New V in red is looking to break this fight as fast as possible. Looks like, that XY with Honda Tadakatsu barely escaping the snipe there, pulling back just in time to the reinforcements arriving.
Yeah, that's a nice little push coming in from the top left corner for 64PL. You worried a little bit for those 5 or 6 marches that were showing on the screen at the time, but then the camera moved just ever so slightly and unveiled the swarm that was coming from 64PL. But now we see the swarm for New V also starting to pour in. I think 64PL did a great job positioning this fight. There's still a little bit of a buffer between the New V folks and their own Desert Altar, but you all know how quickly this can shift upwards by about a third of a screen, and then the Desert Altar is under duress. Both Desert Altars being viewed here. Again, this is the standard execution strategy for most top-tier teams and even the non-top tier teams. It's just a matter of how well you do it as far as if you're top tier or not. But both battles raging in front of the Desert Altars. I can't quite tell on the right side if it's on top of the Desert Altar or a little bit off of it. Looks more open field than altar-ish. Maybe that's the bottom right corner, that little square, that black square there on the bottom right. That might be the Desert Altar. So it looks like both fights happening in front, which is exactly what the defending team wants. They want to keep that edge as 20 seconds start to tick down for these buildings to open.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell. Oh, which altar we're looking at. Okay, yeah. So you're right. That is the defensive advantage for both teams. That's even. I mean, the symmetry here is actually shocking. 5 seconds till this opens up, and capture goes red, capture goes red. New V on both structures. Will they get a garrison? Jad in one, and looks like a Nevsky in the other. Not the worst choice when you're getting targeted. There's a chance to proc 30% health, but not the best choice either.
I think 64PL Chisco is doing the exact right move here. They did lose the structure at the beginning, but instead of panicking and starting to swarm the structure and forgetting about all the open field marches, they're still clearing the open field. That's what really keeps these structures to the point of being able to capture those first occupation totals. They're doing a good job of swarming the open field first, getting rid of all of that stuff there, and then taking the structure back. That's what's going to help them do it. And now they have it, and now red is forced on the initiative, and they're losing because all their marches are less than half health.
Let me tell you, we started with 64PL having none of these altars, and now they have both of them.
They got both.
This is an interesting switch. Next Gen 1V has got to be thinking, wait a minute. What's going on here? How did we lose both altars? 3 altars in the hands of Pancasila. That's 64 PL. 1 altar in the hands of New V. So I thought for a moment they might actually have all 4 for 64 PL, but
Gotta
it
see
looks
that Desert
like
Altar fight. I'm looking forward to that.
3.
Yeah, let's go. Hopefully we can go see that Desert Altar fight on the bottom lane. That's going to be critical. That's 750 points for the winner. I wonder if 64 PL can hold it. I think there was a minute 15 seconds left before it captured for the blue team 64 PL. Now we're starting to go to the middle, though, and see New V starting to pour in very early. I think it's probably going to pop up here on the screen whether... There we go. Has the timer gone down yet?
This is
Can you
what
tell?
we
5
want to
seconds.
see.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I think it's 45 seconds.
There it is. Oh, is it 45? Oh, 20. It was 25.
Yeah, I think there's just
It's
a
16,
little bit longer
15.
on this Desert Altar. But, I mean, I don't see many marches here to contest it. It's really low, though. I mean,
I think 64 PL
all
has
it would take is a couple marches swinging in here to prevent this from flipping the initial points. And Drago, you're spot on to say this Desert Altar is where we should be looking now. Because if this is held, then Pancasila is going to win the break here. They're gonna have a point advantage at the start of the match, which is a big deal. And it may not seem like much to
Seconds
just
left
have
until
one
they capture
altar,
it.
but yeah,
Are they gonna
it's
hold
that
it?
750 point swing,
There it is.
right? Which
They
is
got it.
big. Did they?
They just got it. They did
They
get
get
the
the
points. Look at
initial
the point
points?
total. They did 4,000 to
So they got the
2,800,
points,
and they lost
then
it.
the
at last
defending
second.
team, or I guess the New V team, took it back, huh? Wow.
We said it. It
That's
was the
big.
Mackins, and that's exactly a huge point that just got shown right there on that Desert Altar. Seconds later, New V takes that structure back, but points are lost.
You remember when we were saying that seconds matter?
That's what
That was it.
Yeah.
Seconds matter. If it comes down to it, we'll remember this moment where it was only a matter of seconds as the difference between winning and losing that structure for the initial cap. Wow. Okay, chat. You got to be feeling the hype. Pancasila, I would argue, the underdog team in this matchup, getting a great opener.
I will say New V positioning a little timidly compared to what they have in the middle compared to 64 PL. I do see a lot more marches coming from the top left, but maybe not enough. And I do see a fight at the top of that lane. Looks like red team members from New V coming from the top as well as the middle, and maybe doing a little bit of disruption of reinforcements. That should give the middle team already there the chance to move up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Repositioning in front of that temple with about 3 minutes until this arc spawns. There's plenty of time for New V and 64 PL to bring their marches in, but looks like the top lane is going to be difficult for the blue team to reinforce.
You know, this is really interesting, and I want to call out a key insight here, which is that I think the reason New V didn't engage here, even though they have more numbers, is that it would be actually very disadvantageous. The reason is that with still almost 3 minutes until the arc spawns in, you'd end up sad facing enemy marches that could make it back to the mid fight before the arc is even spawned. So I like the restraint on the majority of these New V marches not engaging in this fight, and only the New V marches that needed to reset anyways, that are mid-level health, yellow and red, are actually moving into the Pancasila 64 PL ball and blue. So I think this is smart restraint being exercised here by New V.
Yeah, I agree. It's controlled chaos, right? Like they're doing just enough that they need to do to disrupt the flow, giving New V time to really form a solid ball. And now they're turning into a little bit of a V there, a little bit of a backwards delta formation. I'm wondering if they're wanting to surround. I've seen a lot of surrounding middle fights going on lately versus your typical ball. I think that's going to help engage more troops more quickly. More surface area equals more damage. I think that's the idea behind it anyway, but one march getting very brave from 64 PL saying, hi, I'm going to come to the middle. Please reset me because I'm almost dead. Please and thank you. I would not oblige. If I was New V, I would make him sit there and wait and make him walk back with no sad face. But unfortunately, somebody getting a little overzealous there from the red team.
Yeah, it's a good call out. They just should just leave that march
comes
alone.
another one.
Let it do whatever it's doing. I am really
I'll be yelling,
surprised,
"Don't
however,
attack."
at this point. I don't know why OneV waited this long for the mid fight. So it's interesting to see what they think their magic number is for the time of the engage. My interpretation of what we see on the screen is that they're in control of this mid fight based on their numbers. So I'm shocked they didn't engage sooner. To me, that signals they must think waiting longer is better. And that's why they're waiting. But I'm still, again, surprised because we see a lot of structures flashing on the screen. To me, it is obvious 64 PL is going building game. And the longer that OneV is just standing here, the more time that 64 PL gets to just demolish these structures. They own 3 altars. They're pressuring an obelisk. They're pressuring another altar. They're pressuring Shrine of War. Defensive formation. Okay, mystical formation, but no war drums, I think, for 64 PL.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for more.
And that, to me, I
pop
find
up.
really interesting as well. I mean, I think these marches are just here to stall. I think they're just playing the building game. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty even right now, but I do see a lot more blue starting to go back. I think you're right, though. The lack of skills on the other side is starting to show here. They do own, so when I say they, 64 PL does have a solid structure game going right now during this mid-fight, and it's kind of showing with all the marches going back with sad faces, but they do own an extra altar and shrine, which is very, very nice to have from a points per minute standpoint. Let's see if that's going to outweigh this maybe possible, well, definite loss of the arc, at least at the beginning of this fight.
I mean, this is very one-sided looking.
They
Look
are
at all these sad
mowing.
faces. They're all going one way.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it as the fight was prepping. Like, OneV just had way more marches in this fight. And Chad is saying that actually both skills were used by both War Drums and Mystical. I actually only saw the Mystical for 64 PL, so I might have just missed it. Either way, that is a commanding victory for OneV in the middle.
Oh, I mean, big time. It's just a sea of red at this point, which is obviously a very commanding victory indeed. But again, 4 altars now in the color blue for 64 PL. That's exactly what they could really take advantage of. Now 3, losing the Sky Altar on the top lane. But that's disruption points have been done. This is exactly what they need to do to make sure that this lost arc for 64 PL doesn't impact them too much from a points per minute standpoint. 2,500 point lead for 64 PL right now, and this is a 3,000 point arc. So this is basically a knotted up match. And I think 64 PL is looking to bank some extra points from these structures being in their favor.
Yeah, I think if you were writing this up, this went more or less how you would have wanted as 64 PL. This to me did not feel like they were playing for the arc. It feels like they very intentionally did not go for winning the arc. They just went to sort of mix it up a bit and hold up the marches. And I feel like one of the strategies we saw earlier in the day, I can't remember which team it was, baiting the enemy back further away from their starting area was an even stronger run of that same play. But here we go. 3 altars for 64 PL. Can they actually hold these buildings long enough? I mean, this looks like they've got certainly more than enough presence.
Yeah, this is their home desert altar on the top lane, so they've got plenty of presence right there from the obelisk to come down and reinforce. And again, I don't know if it's necessarily they didn't want to go for the middle, but I do think the disruption in combination with maybe a feeling of of understanding that they can go both ways and go either structure game or heavy middle. With OneV coming up on that top lane and disrupting a lot of the incoming initial gathering from 64 PL in the middle, I think there was an easy decision for 64 PL leadership in this Grand Prix match to say, hey, okay, we're not going to get the people to the middle that we need to beat OneV in the middle fight here. Let's just do enough to have what's there, make it interesting, and then push structures. And that's exactly what it looks like it happened, because they got 2 structures during that mid-fight and still are holding, with an Attila garrison evidently, this desert altar that's supposed to be in OneV's hands.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see an Attila on the field. I mean, I suppose you could put equipment on an Attila and put it in there as a captain as kind of like a panic swap to that, because you have a Jad somewhere else if you're that player, but
Better.
I don't think Attila's the ideal captain
maybe?
here. I don't know. This is unusual.
I wonder
Here
how long
comes
it's
the
going to take
rally.
them to get this back. Yeah, let's see how this plays out, Chisco.
Yeah, I mean, it's Attila on Attila. Unusual, to say the least.
Oh, that's
There's the arc
dangerous
strolling
arc.
casually by. I do wonder
okay.
if this was the safest route to run that arc. Do you think that 64PL actually has a possibility of swapping onto the arc here?
I didn't hear the last part of that, but re-ask your question so I can understand it.
Do you think that 64PL might actually swap onto the arc? It looks like now they've also lost the altar. That's probably not going to happen. For a time, it seemed like they had the numbers that maybe they could have gone for that.
Yeah, they may continue to go after the altar again, but I think they may be a little short on players with 2 rallies going by this Shrine of War on the top lane for New V. This is likely a Desert Altar rally and an obelisk. A fairy, more reinforcements for the Desert
Bold
Altar rally.
strategy.
I'm interested to see which one.
Yeah, this is what top tier
now.
teams do to rally and capture an opposing side structures instead of marching downfield. They'll actually send rallies at cities for the extra march speed. It takes a high level of coordination, but the payoff is real. The downside is you lose individual march flexibility here. You can see those marches might have been valuable at the Shrine of War, but you know, they figure if 64PL wants to send all these troops down to the Shrine of War and they want to not be at their altar, we'll go take your altar. Altar's worth more points, right? So that's what I think is happening here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great spot for 64PL to be in. The arc is still not captured, so there's no rush to get to the middle and get your troops back to your city. Hold this Shrine of War as long as possible. Try and get some points from it alongside of denying the points per minute for New V. I think this is exactly what they want to be doing. Now, they did lose their Desert Altar. Those rallies did what they were supposed to do for New V. Desert Altar now in red, what's supposed to be blue, on that top lane just above the screen to the left. So looks like 3 altars now in favor of New V, which is exactly what they needed to do to make this arc count for a little bit more, because right now they're down by almost 4,000 points with a 3,000 point arc in their pocket.
This is a big deal. I mean, coming into this matchup, my sense was that New V was the favored team. Now that we've been watching the matchup unfold, 64PL is ahead on points, but scoring this arc will make it closer. So it's unclear to me which team is actually going to be dominant in this game. I think that only more arcs will tell how that story is going to unfold. You see battling here for the Shrine of War. Looks like this is going to settle down. Players refreshing their low marches by hitting cities. Love that tech play of using Centurion as the captain. Probably even no secondary. The goal is to actually make it difficult for a player to reset their marches, which you can see just happened on screen, and bring them home faster to get a fresh march.
When you've got all those troops, I don't know if any nonsensical commander will make a difference if we're really thinking about it. Because the white numbers alone will do it. You won't even get a skill off usually. But I do like the same play. I wonder though, in this mode, if it defaults to Centurion and you need to make sure that you change it effectively. Maybe that's what's actually happening here. Maybe we're giving
Centurion.
Okay, because usually it wouldn't, obviously, because you have better commanders. But good play nonetheless if that's what's happening. But again, I will say New V holding these altars for a long time, really consolidating that point delta that 64PL had built up for itself. And now we're starting to see the point totals turn here with about 3,600 point total in favor of 64PL, but they still don't have their own Desert Altar back this goal. So, I mean, this arc in combination with the point totals starting to get a little more even, I think New V's starting to turn the tables here on the point per minute game.
I am really impressed with how 64PL is held, but next gen 1V at 3 altars is gonna start ticking up a lot of points, and there it is on the board, by the way. 410 per minute for blue, 660 for red. So this gap is gonna start to narrow unless 64PL can at least even up the board, and then they're gonna have to start to get some marks, I think, in order to actually keep this lead.
Yeah, this is really starting to kind of look like the last match, right? You know, we had, not the last match, the first match of the day where we had Camo kind of dominating the structure game and really generating a nice set of points against 1V, and now we have new V kind of starting out the same way. So maybe there's a little bit of sharing of strategy here. Obviously, they're in the same kingdom, same alliances. So there's a very good possibility of that. And maybe you're starting to see the same thing play out here where, you know, new V and 1V started out a little slow from the points per minute game. But now look at that, 300-point game in favor of 64 PL, capturing the arc there about 5 seconds ago. So now we're all knotted up like nothing's happened, basically, for the entirety of the first 20 minutes of this match.
You know what we don't see on the field?
Jad
Attila. Yeah. You know what we do see a lot of on the field for both sides here is actually Cyrus Nebu. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see the choice they've made here. And march speed, right? All super valuable.
Yeah,
Utica
interesting
Prime,
combo.
all over the field.
I
mean, look,
much.
I keep making the joke. It's like the secret handshake is what commanders you're supposed to use, but like it's all XY primary, Nevsky primary, Boudica primary. It's a Methelfleb primary. Like it's so homogenous. Guam primary. Cyrus primary. Like that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Not many Scipio primaries at this level of the game.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
No Moctezuma?
Not really. I mean, there's no barbarian situations here, and I don't farm faster, so I think Moctezuma's not going to be in the play here. Maybe Jadwiga Moctezuma is the next meta. We just haven't found it yet. Now, again, 3 altars again in favor of new V. Back to the plus and the positive column for new V on the points per minute train, and now they are up by 200 points, 300 points now in favor of new V. So 64 PL needs to stop the bleeding as 6.5 minutes starts the timer for the mid fight. I already see blue team members going to the middle in the picture you're staring at right now. That's very early, but if you want to get a dominant position in the middle, this is kind of the time that you need to do it. But you also need to get your structures back and maybe press a little bit of aggression towards your enemy structures to help slow them down while also coming to the middle. Curious what the middle's going to look like
look
here
at
in
the
about
points
30
per
seconds.
minute. 180 for 64 PL.
Yeah,
and
very
590 for new V. I mean, they translated that arc capture and point deficit into a solid 500-600 point lead now. So new V is doing what they need to do to counter that structure gameplay that 64 PL went for. It's like I said, I think 64 PL has got to actually go for this arc, and they need to win it. And if they can win this arc, they're going to be positioned to potentially win the game. If they can't win this arc, and we see now that new V is really doing well with these structures, I think they're going to be in a spot of trouble.
Yeah, I agree. I will say, though, you know, when we're talking about the mid-fight, right, we just saw how dominant new V was, and obviously their counterpart 1V doing the same thing. They can't win it at all costs. That's going to be the problem. And again, it's about allocating your resources properly, allocating them ahead of time so that you have them where they need to be before the train from the opponent's side comes into play. You see a huge contingent of Nuvi pouring into the middle from the top lane here, right beside their desert altar. Obviously, I'm sorry, their Shrine of War. Obviously, looks like 64PL trying to take this before the mid-fight, but that Jadwiga is looking robust. Just go very strong. I don't think they're going to have enough to take that, even without a whole lot of reinforcements coming in. You might have one person maybe come in to hopefully hold that for Nuvi if you're a Nuvi fan. Otherwise, it looks like that Jadwiga is looking very strong.
Yeah. I like the Boudica Tommy tech here. One player bringing a Tamaris for the Poison Diva. Actually pretty cool.
Bomber build.
Cavalry looking like a really good choice with all these archers running around the field. Seems like meta is to run 2 archer marches at a time, a Boudica march and a Nebu or Cyrus primary march, which makes sense. They're such powerful commanders. I personally use those in the open field in KVK. I love it, man. And here we are. 64PL with what looks like less numbers, but the dominant position. 64PL is on top of the arc. Nuvi is behind the center. So they're not quite in the same position as 64PL. But does it matter? I would say probably no. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing Nuvi really pile up the numbers here. Unless 64PL is an absolute master genius at stacking marches on top of one another to where they look like one march, It's looking like Nuvi may have the advantage here from a number standpoint already, although 64PL does have the positioning, but they're right on top of the temple, so there's no buffer at all if they don't move forward a little bit. If they're not the one to engage, there's going to be no buffer once this battle kicks off, and with likely both teams having maximum alliance skills, and by the way, Obelisk and Shrine on the top lane are now in favor of Nuvi. This is going to get contentious very quickly.
Big swap to counteroffensive. Commonly deployed tactic in Ark of Osiris. To start with one alliance skill, and before a big fight, switch to this one. I am surprised to see that swap so early of the skill being deployed. That to me feels premature. Normally that's like a last arc decision. So it could be that they're going to... I don't know. They haven't delayed the arcs long enough. I don't think this will be a 2-arc game. Uh-oh. I really don't like this. 64PL running away, but way too late. What are they up to, Drago? I am really confused here. They're just getting shredded.
Maybe it was a little delayed. Yeah, that might have been a delayed command, and people are just paying the price, and ultimately the mid team is really paying the price here.
This is getting worse.
Ultimately,
by the
arc is going to go Nuvi's way if it keeps this up. Spread out considerably as well.
Are they just running away entirely?
I mean, they do have 3 altars now. Maybe this is again another feint.
It's a feint?
Very expensive feint.
Is this a feint?
I mean, it could be.
I think it is. I'm
just really spreading everybody out
at what we're seeing here.
Engaging everybody.
If you were going to run
until the death from 6. Oh wow! And now the riposte.
That has got to be one of the most poorly timed to the deaths I've seen.
Yeah.
Not only...
It just seems like everything's 5 seconds behind.
Yeah, I don't know. Either there's a delay or that was a play of desperation. I don't get it. Nuvi pops Heaven's Grace.
Heaven's Grace used. Oh, jeez.
There's just not enough marches here for 64PL to do what they're trying to do here. I mean, that...
And War Drums.
Feels like it was a cool idea, but not well executed.
Yeah.
The play was good. The execution was not, right? Like, I think what they were trying to do was a really cool idea, but the way it played out, they were too slow to react for the runaway, which meant that their marches got absolutely obliterated for some number of those marches, and then they decide we'll fight it anyways and use the most expensive skill. So even though they hugely disadvantaged themselves, they tried to swing back in. I mean, that just feels like a huge blunder if you're the planner for what you thought was going to happen and how it actually came together.
Could you imagine if they had maybe sneaky tactics, a big group of marches towards like the back bottom of that lane, and they were dragging everybody into it unaware that there was 40 marches sitting there hidden? But that's the only reason I think that they should have done what they did. Otherwise, again, like you said, poorly executed on the to the death skill. There was a lot of wasted time moving versus fighting. That's a very short-term skill for very high impact, and it's a lot of points, like you said. So they've got to execute a little bit better on that. Looks like Nuvi does have the arc and is moving, but it was grabbed on the wrong side. So now they've got to go through their own murder ball to get back to the correct side with that arc, and they are starting to move it. Looks like it'll go down here in just a moment, though. Good chunk of blue players sitting there, although they are mostly dead, so I'm not sure if it'll actually happen.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. So 64PL is in a pretty tough spot now. They have fired off the single most important skill for an arc mid-fight. I do like the rally.
Survive.
Rally canceled. They're going to go for the carrier. Love to see it. Don't know what it'll accomplish, but I think that's a pretty cool play. Rally brought 2 marches in the middle. Unfortunately, one of those marches is either not paying attention or decided not to actually go for the carrier and is walking back to their city. GG.
And it's a Jadwiga Nevsky primary, which is actually not bad from an arc carrier standpoint. The speed of that march is actually pretty considerable. Nevsky has a great skill march speed bonus, and Jadwiga being a mobility commander. Also, when hit,
journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the mist so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand to the end. Hold on for dear life. To your soldier faith, your dream, it burns deep inside. The need to reign supreme, it drives you. Seize the sacred shrines. Claim final victory. The blessing of the Nile will at last be won when ancient kingdoms rise. For glory!
It is time to end our alliance with Barbarossa and his friends. Capture the lost temple, and all the treasure is yours, Kusunoki. As for me, I've come and seen. Now I shall conquer.
What cause is there for such alarm?
Your Majesty, Caesar has betrayed the Alliance. He and Kusunogi Masashige are going to attack our temple.
So, Caesar, our pact with Boudica means nothing to you. Then we shall meet on the battlefield. Tell Boudica, war has found us.
Oh, Barbarossa.
Take the temple!
Conquered by Rome, mocked by other civilizations. Now even flea-ridden Vikings take us for fools. Rise up, Tutmosis III, for our country!
I, Imperial Pharaoh of the 18th Dynasty, buried by my side, My loyal...
No time to waste. Egypt needs us.
Dare you hurt our people? Brothers, follow me!
Egypt must rise!
The sagas speak of a lost kingdom. In earthly Valhalla, where treasure is endless and honor absolute. Our enemies conspired to cheat us of this prize. But these are lonely foes who we have robbed and pillaged many times over. Upstart emperors, gold-drunk kings, glorified shield maidens, and pompous fools. All will fail! Because by the grace of Odin, the sacred map is ours. So prepare, cherished enemies, for the glories of battle, the forge of war, and the joy of the feast. Where death is glorious, and strength rules all. For we are brothers, warriors, blood, who cresting on the icy flood, do battle in the name of Thor. We are Vikings. Give us war!
Journey to the ruins hidden in the sand to write your story. With the myth so close at hand, your heart is soaring. Take hold of your command and march for glory. Hear the call of Seth and make your stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome from across the world, all you wonderful Rise of Kingdoms fans, my name is Dragothian. Beside me, my friend and co-host Chiskel. We're back in some new digs and a new live stream for the 4th match of the Grand Prix bracket that we're in. That being said, I'm glad we've got about 3 minutes, Chiskel, to kind of recap what we got to witness ourselves during the last match. I know that YouTube Live had a little bit of struggles, basically canceling out all the live streams across YouTube, including ours. Very unfortunate for you fine people, because it was a doozy. I tried my best to update folks in the chat as it was happening.
It was crazy.
You know,
unbelievable.
What a crazy match, Chiskel. Absolutely. So again, kind of recap us, Chiskel, and as we go into this final match between OLPA Olympia versus Kingdom 1254, 254 being the name of the team. Recap us from last match, maybe fill in some gaps on what people are wondering. Obviously, some people are still wondering who won last match, and then also, how did it happen?
I mean, I've got to say that 64 PL match was so much closer than the scoreboard will ever represent. Hopefully, the replay will be made available because it was just so nuts. But now we're about to enter into this OLPA 254 matchup, which also should be pretty wild. By the way, also pretty wild. Use the link down below, the code you can claim for some free goodies in-game, which is pretty cool. And don't forget that you can download the PC version using the QR code, which will flash just below me in just a second here. There it is. The team Olympia versus 1254. I mean, Drago, I'm kind of biased here, being from 1254. So,
I'm gonna have to curtail your nepotism.
What do I say here
on this stream? I will take the lead on this match because I know you're just gonna sit here and give D4 all the praise, regardless of if there's a mistake made. I will point it out, people. I will be your objective commentator. Understand that Chiskel is a professional too, and he will do the same thing. We're all teasing here, but that being said, it's going to be a good match. I'm really looking forward to both of these teams playing. Again, I didn't get a chance to see OLPA play. Obviously, last weekend, we got to see 254 last Friday beat their opponent, and they are now in this bracket fighting Olympia. I'm really looking forward to seeing both of these teams really duke it out. We saw 254 really kind of dominate their last match against their opponent. I'm really interested if they deviate from their strategy. And again, you know, last time I also tried to dig for a little bit of information from you, and you were tight-lipped as could be as far as if you could maybe give me a little insight into what they're going to be doing. I feel like it's probably the same thing today, but
no shot.
I'm going to ask. Dang it. I tried to preface it really, really well, but you know, I did my best for you people to try and give you the skinny, but you're going to see some solid teams playing today. And again, being the 4th match of the day, I'm just as excited about this match as I was for the first one today. We've really got a banger here for you to watch here. Welcoming more and more people into the new link on the stream. Again, it got separated from the last one, but that being said, we're into today's matchup screen here. Olympia in blue versus versus 254 in red. OLPA is the team blue and 254 is the team name in red. Chiskel, I gotta ask you, did you get a chance to see the Olympia team last weekend whenever Bulba and Redline were casting it? This was the only match I wasn't able to watch. Did they have anything that we could really kind of take a peek in and see if they're going to bring something special to the table?
Man, I mean, I don't know what tricks these teams are going to pull out of the hat, so to speak. But I'm eager to see something new, something exciting, something different. But I think the safest play to make on the 4th matchup of the day is to follow what the other teams have been doing that works really well. So I think we'll see more solid gameplay with just good fundamentals, good arc fights. We see, by the way, the team's captain and their key combatants on the screen here. Good key mechanics. We're going to see, I think, the standard sets of abilities we've been seeing the whole time. I will be looking for something cool and different, but I just don't expect that we'll see it.
Sure, I can get behind that. I mean, what's safe is what works, right? But it does take something, you know, for something to expand and something to advance. it does take somebody giving it a shot in the most critical of circumstances, and that's where we're at. We're in the Grand Prix. This is the most critical that you can find right now until the Osiris League playoffs go. But Captain Bunny on the 254 team, Ruz Redline, Badge Host, Bunny again, and Avid on the key combatants list for 254. We saw Maverick L and crew on the blue team. Wow, that was going to be really crazy. We have OLympia versus 254. I'm looking forward to seeing some changes, maybe some things that you were just describing. Can either of these teams pull something out that we've never seen before? I'm definitely curious to see if that happens this match, and I actually anticipate that happening in maybe some future matches as the brackets continue to unfold. But like I said before, Maverick L right up front for OLPA OLympia. That's a known name in the game right now. He may actually have lost about 2/3 of his current power with how much he normally has in the game, which at 450 million in the Grand Prix is kind of interesting. You also have his compatriots inside of that team, Real Como, of course, coming in there too. We have blue teleporting in phases like most teams do. It looks like they're maybe short one person. I think, no, they're right. That's exactly, everybody's in. You have 21 on the first 3 rows. Then you have, it looks like 4 on the back row. That's 20. Well, maybe they are a little short. We'll have to see how it goes. Maybe they have one or two more people coming in to fill out their team. On the red side, again, we do have the 254 players that we will be looking at very shortly. Again, they performed very well last week, just cool. I'm looking to see if they can stay dominant as the blue team members do start to port in there on the left side of your screen. I wonder if they can stay dominant this time and go towards the next round and face their next opponent, which we'll find out tomorrow who that will be.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is very entertaining. Grab your popcorn, watching levels of Ark of Osiris entertainment. I have truly enjoyed all of the matchups that we've cast. And there's always some sort of twist that we see at some point during the match. So we'll see what it is in this matchup. Whether it's a surprise, I don't even know how to say, Ark steal, where the Ark is going somewhere we wouldn't have expected, and maybe one team will score it that we wouldn't have expected. Or if it's something else, I'll be looking for it all match long.
Yeah, me too. And I think you bring up a great point. Maybe it's not necessarily something from a maneuver standpoint on what we might be looking for that's special, but maybe just one of those special moments, right? And again, I can't stress enough that you guys missed one last match with 64 PL almost winning the match, grabbing victory from the claws of defeat, and ultimately Nuvi did win that matchup and take the crown and move on to the next bracket. Congratulations to both teams, by the way. I know we didn't get a chance to say it live for everybody, but really looking forward to this match, 254 versus OLympia. This is going to be one where I think that 254 needs to come out dominant. I think they're going to do exactly what most teams do at the very beginning with 14 seconds until this match starts and the gates open. I think they're going to go for the Desert Altar. I think they're going to go use T1s to get to the obelisks. I think they're going to try and get their outposts as quickly as possible, start generating those points per minute. And here we go. We've got the split screen going live here. Both teams pouring out. Just go T1 Siege on the top. I do see some provisioning marches already coming out. We talked about that last match. What do you think about that?
I don't see the Siege. Oh, wait, there they are. They're hiding. I mean, I think it's entirely possible we might have missed the Siege coming out of the gates. Like, there, did you see that just now creeping through?
Yes. Yes.
Like, I think it's possible we might have missed that earlier on. I don't know. I don't think, however, that running Siege at the start is necessarily the meta.
Yeah, I'm kind of behind you on that. I think you brought up a great point.
All these marches to go and be in the first fight and then send out the Siege.
Yeah, those marches are critical for that Desert Altar. We did point out during the last match that very same point regarding, the marches need to be in particular places throughout the course of the match to optimize their value. And right now at the beginning of the match, I don't know if an extra 200-300 provision points is going to be worth it when maybe those marches could be up helping take the Desert Altar, not only taking 750 points for yourself, but also denying your opponent 750 points. That's a 1,500 point delta that could be done with the simple addition of those 5, 6, 7 marches that might be provisioning for your side. So I think that that's a very valid point to bring up as we start to see this match unfold. Obelisk captured for 254 already. We're just seeing the Obelisk again get captured for the blue team. Rally on the way for 254 on the bottom lane here. All the Obelisks are captured. We do see split screen here, rallies on the board for both sides, 4 each on the board here. Likely 2 outposts or 2 Obelisks on each side. All 4 are Obelisks on both sides there. So self-rallying and opponent rallying. Do you think they're going to be transport rallies, Chisco, on the opposing Obelisks for each team, or do you think they're going to actually try and get these things to hit?
Honestly, with 254, it's really hard to say what the heck's going to happen. I'm saying that genuinely. Like, maybe they will actually go for it. I think it's unlikely, though. Let's be real. I think the meta here is to break the rally and go where you need to go. I think that's the meta.
Certainly.
So you run the rally to your own obelisk, you cap it. You run the rally to the opposing side obelisk, and you cancel it. I don't think we'll see deviation from this. Weirdly enough, at the level of gameplay we're at here, I mean, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, because that will actually be insanely entertaining. I mean, here we're watching a rally.
Bunny's rally going by right now.
There's the cancel. Thank you. I feel validated. All right. I can relax now, Drago.
As we were talking about it, of course, we've said it before. As soon as we say something about it, they're going to do the exact opposite. But luckily for you, Bunny did cancel that rally, and they're now looking to pressure that Desert Altar like most teams do, including the one you're seeing right in front of you. The Olympia blue team is coming down towards the Desert Altar of 254. Decent positioning for the Olympia team. A couple of spread out marches. Interesting to see this strategy here. Are they trying to delay more and more marches coming through? Are they just going to send them right on through to try? Yeah, look at the top. A lot of the players, instead of letting it go right by, are actually swarming it backwards, removing some marches from the initial clash. And right now, OLPA is really having a solid punch right now on their front line. It does look like 254, though, is getting in front of that Desert Altar just at the right moment, just sliding in front of there as more and more of their marches come into effect here. I did see a few marches from the blue Olympia team peel off and go towards the bottom Shrine of Life there too on the bottom lane. So interesting to see as we wait for this this capture mechanic to come through on the split screen. 32 seconds left until these things open up. Interesting to see how they play out and how they initially get captured and who can defend some of these structures. So Chisco, what do you think is going to be coming? Who are you forecasting based off of the split screen to come out on top? Putting you on the spot.
Looking at the positions here, I mean, we have 10 seconds till they land. This is contentious. I mean, anyone can get in and be faster. I actually do see more blue on both of these screens, though, honestly. Who's it going to be?
It does look like it.
Blue on the right. It
always matters who's first. And blue on the left. Enter Sky Altar.
Is it blue on the left?
I can't see anything right now.
I saw the Sky Altar flip over.
Yeah, that's what I thought was happening. But those are skies.
Yeah. I think it's blue.
One red, one blue.
I can't tell.
Nope. Red on the left.
One red, one blue?
100%.
Okay. Okay.
One red on the left, blue on the right. Wow. So they did take their own Desert Altars, it looks like, Chisco, but still a contentious fight on the bottom lane there for 254. There does seem to be a cleanup crew there for them, though. OLPA trying desperately to get that Desert Altar and at least delay the point generation for 254, but it looks like no reinforcements coming in behind this push from Olympia, so it looks like 254 will eventually be able to clean this up as they continue to press their marches down towards the Shrine of War, and eventually, I'd imagine, rounding that corner towards the middle, or going left and trying to refresh their marches by bashing them against cities. Now, we do have a little bit of a disparity on the structures. Again, we're looking at it right now. Shrine of Life is in the blue team's favor, Olympia. And again, I mentioned this earlier, a few marches did peel away from the Desert Altar push crew, and it looks like they were able to capture and are starting to try and hold this. Now, it's not the 750 points that the Desert Altar gives, but it's, I believe it's 300 points for the initial capture for the shrines. So that's still a little bit of points, a 600-point swing, assuming that's correct. But again, I mean, it's relatively even, and once 254 gets that Shrine of Life back, which I'm assuming they'll eventually do, the middle fight will get started here in about 5.5 minutes. Everything's blinking, though, Chisco. 4 rallies on the board. When do we go to the middle? Owning this shrine pretty decisively.
I mean, normally you look to like the 5 to 6 minute mark for going to middle. By that point, I would expect if we put the camera on the middle, we'd start to see something. Maybe 6 minutes is early, honestly. And that's probably true. Big swarm here, by the way, on the Shrine of War. Jad, Captain. Pretty much I would say a very safe choice for Captain here. And the structures are all mixed up, honestly. I mean, a lot of structures blinking. A couple flipped red in the back for the outpost, but a couple other important structures like Shrine of Life are currently blue. I mean, this is a very contentious game already. Shrine of War is going to flip. 254 is taking some heat here, goes. And the structures, I would say, are definitively advantage to OLympia at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's the altars are even, which is obviously the most highly generating point total buildings, but 2 shrines down does stack up. And again, more than that, more than the points, it's the delay, it's the distraction, it's the fact that now 254, unless they want to go to the middle with 4 minutes left, which is what they should be doing, they should all be there already, are going to have to spend resources. And when I say resources, I mean players going and getting these structures back, just like they did on the Shrine of Life there at the bottom. Now 254 did a major top tier move here and took the Sky Altar from OLympia, effectively nullifying some of the advantage that they may have had. So now 3 altars in favor of 254 with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. 254 looks pretty strong on that temple as well, Chisco.
Yeah, I would agree that 254 does have some presence here, but there are times when I'm like, oh man, that grouping looks like so many more marches than it actually is. That does not look like that many marches to me, actually.
I mean, it's not a massive has.
But it doesn't look like that many marches to me. So
no, you're right. It's so early.
This mid-fight could go to anybody. And given how the opening break has gone, I will say hello, 3 altars, hello. So this is looking actually, from a structure standpoint, now maybe favorable to 254. And from a point standpoint, like, honestly, this is even. I mean, this is anybody's game. This is a hot matchup from the start. And, I mean, I don't know how this is going to go, Drago. Like, I don't. There's a way more presence than I would have expected. Actually, I have an opinion now. Okay, I have an opinion. There's actually way more presence than I would have expected from OLympia on that Shrine of War. I wonder if they have a building plan here. And that building plan is going to see reduced presence in the middle. And then the middle flips 254. There's just a lot of marches chilling at the Shrine of War right now, which typically you would either see resetting or somehow getting to mid. Because now I would say that 254 has that presence in the middle that's going to be really difficult. Maneuvering by OLympia, heading to the left.
Yeah. They can't be just this late, right, Chisco? I don't think that OLympia is just this late, being 2 minutes until the arc spawns, right? Like, there has to be a structure plan with... They just captured their altar back, which is good for them, but 254 held it for a considerable amount of time. I'd say 3 minutes if I had to put a number on it, which is at least a point if you used hard push, which I didn't actually see at the beginning, but it might have been me missing it. But again, like you said, there's a heavy presence on these structures. Rally plus Swarm on that Sky Altar on the top lane. And OLympia is positioning like they're trying to press the attack in the middle as well. Is it a distraction play with now 3 altars being in favor of the blue OLympia team? And I guess the other question is, now that this is kind of starting to unfold, does 254 adjust, or do they just go with the flow and say, okay, let's just grab the arc as quick as we can, let's roll? But now we see more and more marches for OLympia starting to pour in. Just this could be just a late push to the middle that's starting to take place. And I guess, what do they do? What does 254 do? They're all over the place.
I think this is really interesting here. 254 is just staying balled up. Look at how tight that is. Nobody's going anywhere. Multiple bait marches dangling in front of 254.
Stand of the 300
and they're
over
just
here.
chilling. this match is just unfolding in ways that are different than what we've casted earlier today. And I told you there's always something unexpected. I guess at the start I said we'd see just like some standard stuff. And then there's this. So we see OLPA spread out. Now war drums for blue. So blue's moving in. They're very spread out on how they've engaged. Half the people still aren't engaged from the back of the ball, where the whole team in red, well, with the exception of a few arc carriers, is engaged. War drums activated by Bunny Bot. So I think this is a mirror play of War Drum's Mystical on both sides, but I'm not exactly sure. The arc appears. Yeah, the carriers are grabbing it.
The Shrine of War is still on the Olympia's side. I guess they're banking on these stats, really helping them in the middle. And right now we're seeing a little bit of an even trade at the moment. Let's see if either side really starts to lose some of their marches. The arc is down. Looks like it was grabbed there for just a moment by the red 254 team. It's looking fairly even in the middle. I see one or two marches going back for the blue team. I don't think they did. Did they do they did do Mystical Formation. No, that's 254. I don't think they did Mystical Formation on this fight just, I think they just did War Drums, if I'm not mistaken. Then that will basically nullify the advantage they might have had with having that Shrine of War for so long. Now 254 taking the Sky Altar on the bottom lane while this middle fight continues. And now it's looking like 254 is at least starting to clear out the marches, but look how many more marches are coming out for 254 too. This is a middle fight that's definitely still up in the air, although now blue is starting to lose a lot more marches than 254. This is still anybody's fight, I think.
I don't know who's going to win this. This looks like the kind of mid fight that honestly, I mean, if this feels blue to me. But all the blue marches are getting sad face, so how does that work?
Yeah, maybe they just had way more players, but I mean, I will say they did have a lot more
Look at all the
reinforcements,
blue
I think,
sad
coming
faces.
in.
Like, I'm not
Yeah, it's starting to
biased.
turn red.
There's a lot of blue sad faces. But I think blue's winning. I don't understand how this works.
know.
This could be the kind of mid fight where you send back to mid. I think this is the mid fight where you send back to mid.
Absolutely. You need to take your Sky Altar back too if you're the blue team on the bottom lane. It looks like they are trying to do that. It is blinking at the moment, likely swarming it down and a rally maybe on the way, but this is looking very red to me. The blue team is starting to lose the final vestiges of its middle fight arc team.
Holy.
And now 254 has roughly cleared this area and has the arc secured and moving back on the bottom lane towards the bottom desert altar or obelisk. I can't really tell which direction that line's going yet because we're still staring at the temple there, but it looks like for the most part everything's cleared out. Now if you are Olympia, you should have already been sending marches down on the bottom lane if you want to still contend for this arc. I'm curious to see if they do that or if they're going to switch back to the structure game quickly. But right now I see 0 blue marches on the screen and everything is turning up red right now for the arc team, which is very solid for the 254 team. They have a slight lead right now, but it's diminishing quickly because of the structure game that was happening during the fight. But with a 3,000 point arc in your pocket, you can go ahead and count that in the bank from what it looks like. Focusing on the Sky Altar again is 254, but it looks like they will hold. Olympia will hold this. Sky Altar on the top lane as well for the 254 team is under duress, but looks like 254 is pushing the initiative, even having those players from Olympia coming down to try and take it. That Jadwiga is looking very strong on that Sky Altar for 254. It doesn't look like it's going to go down anytime soon. It does look like the arc is going towards the obelisks. Now, again, I'm going to ask, any insight? Do you think they're going to capture it quickly, or do you think they're going to hold it?
I am not sure. Going into the matchup, I know last week I had said 254 likes to get practice when there's good practice to be had, and they want to run lots of mid fights. But this matchup is so close. I feel like the goal is going to be to play whatever gets you the W. So I think this is a team that's comfortable going for arcs, but that mid fight, I mean, what's your impression from that mid fight, Drago? Let me ask it this way. Do you think 254 leaves that mid fight feeling like we want to run 3 arcs, or do you think they leave that mid-fight thinking, this is a little dicey, maybe we want to make this a 2-arc game?
Well, I mean, that was effectively my question to you, but I'll answer my question myself and say that if you're looking at this match, right, we saw that middle fight go down. Olympia was 1 buff down. I also think that, like you said, during the initial clash of the battle, it looked like 254 really had a stronger positioning and start to that fight. Olympia kind of trickled in with a pointed attack instead of a flat attack, meaning only the first section of that ball that Olympia had really started the engagement, which triggered 254 to start popping their buffs all at the same time. They were all able to attack at the same time, whereas Olympia was still adding more and more marches that weren't even fighting for a good 10-15 seconds. So that really helped 254 secure that victory in the middle, even though they had a shrine down from a stat standpoint, but had extra buffs from their alliance skills. So I don't know if they necessarily garnered anything from, we can definitely beat these guys open field, no problem, but I do think they should hold at least until they're ready to push. So I think there's probably a middle ground here that 254 will deploy, where they're going to make sure they have it secured back at their obelisk, which they do right now. They're going to make sure that they have everybody refreshed and going out before they capture it, but I think they should capture it and not hold on to it for another, 10, 12, 13 minutes. I don't see the value in that for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say generally the play is to wait until your skills reset. I think they're going for 3 arcs in this game. I think
that
they go
they
for
would need
3.
to capture it soon. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they feel comfortable enough. I really don't know. I mean, they held 3 altars and won the arc. So, although going into it, it was a little dicey. It was really dicey with the structures. I think this feels like go for 3. No, the real question then is, do you use to the death in this next arc or not?
Well, they should be down by 2 points as far as the dynamic in the middle. So ideally what you want to see is Olympia try and use something, whether it's Heaven's Grace or to the death for this second fight. Obviously, it's worth more money being the second arc in the match versus the first. And then with the structure game, again, now flipping back towards Olympia with an altar and a shrine on the top and bottom lane going blue, 254 has done a great counter job by taking the outposts of Olympia on the back end. So nullifying some of that damage that they may be receiving on the front line of their own buildings, taking that shrine back on the bottom lane is 254 as well. I mean, all over the place, both of these teams are trying to do what they can to go ahead and eke out any points they possibly can squeeze towards their team. This arc is still, again, being held. I'd be curious to see if they wait a little bit longer or not. Looks like 254 is reset and ready to go. That altar at the top may have delayed it by just a little bit, possibly, but I still think they should probably grab this. I think you're right. 3 arcs should be the play here. 2 arcs may be what we get, though, from what it's looking like.
Yeah, I feel like most games you can expect 3 arcs. It's so hard to actually make it a 2-arc game. You'd have to see a full delay on this first arc in order for that to happen. It just doesn't feel to me like the call that 254 would make. Well, I mean, I'm not saying they wouldn't in different circumstances, but...
Well, like you said, they're playing for the W right now, right? I know that they do like to have practice, but maybe they're practicing holding the arc instead of capturing it quickly. We'll have to find out. Maybe you can give us some insight into that later in future conversations. But right now, I do see another 254 rally going out. Looks like it's heading towards either the obelisk or the Shrine of Life. Looks like both teams have 2 altars right now, but they're not the ones they're supposed to have. So contentious fights across the map here. Obelisks are all secure for both teams right now, too. Now 3 altars for 254, taking their own back and now losing one Olympia's desert altar on the top lane, too. So now it's evened up the way it's supposed to be. Again, though, outposts still red for Olympia. At least throughout this match, I've seen at least 1, 2, sometimes all 3 of those outposts for Olympia be red, and that's something that may pay dividends considering they've been doing this. 254 has the entire match, is harassing those outposts those points add up, everyone. That's not a small drop in the bucket, especially when you get all three, or if you get 2 out of the 3, those points stack up quite considerably.
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point in one of our previous casts that marching that far downfield, it's like a 10-minute walk. It's honestly a very difficult task to be the player who has to run the marches that do the backfield disruption. It's very difficult to do. Like the level of multitasking and skill that goes into needing to look in so many places all at once really is significantly elevated. So it's not an easy thing to do, but to your point, it pays off really well. And I've got to say, the Shrine of War in the hands of OLympia is paying off dividends as well. Those extra stats are super worth in all this fighting going on now. 7 minutes and 15 seconds till we go to the middle. Well, I should say till the arc spawns in the middle, which means there's only a little bit of action left before people need to be thinking about how they're going to get there. And it's a minute to get back to your city if you want to refresh your troops. Depending on how far out you are, then you make your way to middle. It's actually kind of remarkable how early you need to start to think about when you're going to mid. And this 254 Desert Altar is going through a real captain identity crisis. We had a Gilga. We have an Amanatori. Okay. What happened to Jad? Where's the Jad? Where's the Xeno?
We asked about,
Drago, I have to
see anything new.
Well, the newness of commander choices so far has, I think, not gone well. Would you agree? Like, the people that seem to stick to the mold tend to get the W's. So when I see something new and different, maybe it's good, but like, is it good or is it cute?
I mean, I don't know if there's a correct answer to that, but I will say, I mean, looking at the rally, I think obviously the point there was that they were rallying with an Archer rally, and the best thing to do, just like all rallies in Osiris League, is you want to fill it with a proper garrison, and obviously you're going to throw an Amanatori Artemisia combo in your Archer rally so that you can switch to it and have a proper defense. Now, that being said, is it the best one? Probably not. That's why none of the other top tier teams are using it when able to choose that way. And I guess that the biggest point from that whole thing I just said is, why are they rallying with archers? Like, traditionally, again, you're going to be rallying with those cavalry, not just because it's faster for the rally to get there and obviously faster for the reinforcements to get there, but also because Jadwiga is kind of the meta. Jadwiga Theo, Jadwiga YSS, heck, even Jadwiga Nevsky, although not nearly as prevalent here, but it is doable. That's what's winning these fights, because of movement speed. Movement speed is so critical in this game mode. We talked about it, how long it takes to get across the map. Reinforcements are critical regardless of what you're doing, whether it's an open field fight in the middle for the arc, or whether you're trying to reinforce the forward structure, or you're trying to swap out your garrison in your structure, trying to make sure that somebody else doesn't take it. So you have to make sure that you are always moving, always progressing forward. And speaking of progressing forward, we're going to be looking towards the middle here very soon. Just under 5 minutes left until this next arc spawns. Who uses to the death first? That's the question.
It's... I say genuinely that I don't know what the answer is. If you use to the death on the second arc or the third arc. I think if you're afraid of a team holding the arc, you have to use to the death and go big on the second arc. So I think OLympia actually is now forced. Look at that scoreboard differential here. I think 254 has been discreetly eking out a point advantage from these buildings, and I only just noticed now, like, hey, it's adding up. So we seem to run into this situation over and over, Drago, where there's a arc's worth of point differential, right? And one team obviously is advantaged by having more points. In this case, I think that OLympia needs to fear the 2-arc game. And if they're afraid of the 2-arc game, they have to make sure they win. If they're going to make sure they win, they have to go big on ability points. So I think OLympia most likely uses to the death here. So then the question is, how does 254 counter it? 254 can counter it if they have it on their ability bar by using, a healing ability, which we've seen done in the past. It's powerful. It works. Wouldn't recommend Mending Pouch. But right. The bigger healing ability for 4 points could work. Or they mirror the play. And I feel like the safest course of action is to mirror what your enemy is doing if you think you're better. given that 254 won the first arc, I think they mirror the play.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
so
sound
all that to
logic.
say, I think we're going to see it to the death from both sides.
Yeah, I think it's pretty sound logic, and you know, as we're going into this mid-fight, 254 with the structure advantage, Shrine of Life and Sky Altar on top and bottom lanes in 254's favor. No stat bonuses, although it looks like OLympia is trying to take the Shrine of War on the top lane away from 254 while they assemble in the middle. Couple contingents of troops here on the bottom trying to make some moves to do, I have no idea, but they're doing something down there. I'm not quite sure what the goal is for that. Maybe to try and disrupt some of the reinforcements coming in. They better disrupt more than 4 marches worth, because that's what they're committing to do that. More and more troops piling in from both sides, though, as it looks like OLympia does take their shrine back on the top lane, continuing to attack the Shrine of War on the top lane of 254, and still trying to get their Sky Altar back on the bottom lane. So lots to do for both teams here. It looks like also there's a little bit of outpost harassment as well from OLympia, now kind of noticing that and taking advantage of some spread out troops from 254 is OLympia. Still trying to get that back there. It looks like they have enough to maybe get it done, but this middle fight's going to, I think, really set the tone for the rest of the match. Both teams literally almost touching each other if that temple wasn't there. Sad.
Hey, this is really interesting.
Face.
Somebody's out of position, but I get really anxious with so many people diverting to deal with that player. It looks like that's changed. I mean, we saw in the last arc, OLympia really tried to bait this fight. And look at this, man. I mean, this reminds me of a moment where, you know how boxers before a fight, they kind of line up and they get heads touch, nose to nose. They're in each other's faces. They're both like kissing that temple, man. They're right there, locking eyes, getting ready for this brawl.
Yeah, just continuing to harass on the bottom lane without actually doing anything. I think that the people in the 254 voice chat for this team was like, get back in the ball, get back over here, do not engage them on the bottom side. Now it looks like they're going to try and make a push here.
Yeah.
Okay, engagement happening.
Look at this surround. Here's the surround. Mystical formation, war drums symmetric on both sides here. Bunny bot, Heaven's Grace. They're not going for the counter, they're going for the heal. Mirror. Okay. It's Heaven's Grace. Bunny bot. Mystical formation. So it's even abilities. Who's better? This is the throwdown where we find out.
Wait and see.
It might just be who brought more troops to the middle, to be honest. I said, who's better, but it might actually come down to who brought more bodies. And the map is otherwise even.
And who's not dying. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, generally, the marches that people bring are about the same at this point. Like, you know, in other matches where we've seen something different, we call it out, and that is 254 with the grab. That arc is on the run. Moving down through the middle, into the cluster, and down on the ground. Arc is ever so slightly moved now to one side. Looks like that was a dedicated carrier who made that grab. From here...
This is looking very blue for me, though, Chisco. I'm not sure what you're seeing, but blue is looking to dominate
I felt that way earlier.
Fight here.
I felt that way earlier.
Yeah,
and
they're spread out really
Red
well.
was winning, and I couldn't understand. I was like,
I
all I see is blue. I was like, all I see is blue.
The Red's just
but it was
also
all blue sad faces at the time, so it was confusing. But look at how much this ball has pushed down. What is happening here?
Well, they're chasing the
I don't
carrier.
understand how the fight has shifted so much.
I mean, that's the direction the arc carrier was going, so I think that they're definitely trying to get down there. Blue does have the arc, and they are trying to move it. Not sure if it's going very fast.
That arc has actually got a really nice buffer. I think blue wins this
does.
arc.
Oh my goodness. Yes, great pull from blue, keeping that thing back towards the temple. The fight is still remaining far south to where the arc is now, though. Really trying to push 254 off of this arc to try and pull it back is OLympia. Now, in the meantime, again, 254 does have the Shrine of Life on the top lane in their favor, in addition to their normal complement. So they are winning the points per minute advantage game right now with a 4,300 point advantage is 254 as well. So this arc 3,500 points won't get OLympia completely back to square one, but it gets them a lot closer. And we all know as we get closer and closer towards the end of this match with 25 minutes left, this last arc after this could be the difference maker. It looks like Blue has kind of knotted this thing up. Now let's see if 254 tries to do a counter push as the arc falls again to this almost dead Nevsky and Guan trying to chase it down. I think that they're going to try and hold it, but 254 doing a great job securing structures on the back end away from OLympia, making this arc capture cost as much as possible for them to get it. And it is moving. I don't see any more red unless that little bottom right corner there is included in my notes. But now we see Blue pulling towards the Shrine of War, but red is going for the Desert Altar, guys. Red is going for the Desert Altar, and they already have the obelisk on the top lane of OLympia as well. That is now red. I'm curious to see up there if it's a solid red or if it's one that's going to get swarmed down quickly. Do you think 254 will teleport troops up there to try and capture it?
Yep.
And you can return it in their city.
254 would port. I think 254 would port. They hold that obelisk.
I think for
they're
sure
porting.
they would.
You can count on it.
I think for sure they would. And they will teleport on there to
It
capture
might not be the right play, but dang, it would be entertaining. And there's just too many people who couldn't help themselves. But with a minute and 10 seconds, I mean, Blue's got time to get this back. They'll sort that out, right?
Yeah, I think so
Right?
too. You know, maybe
They're walking right past it, right? They're going to sort that out, aren't they?
Maybe. Maybe. So
Hello?
it might not be the right play, but it's definitely the 254 play, and that's what we're looking
Yeah,
for here. To see some port ends.
Hello?
And, they're trying. They're
We
trying.
have an
Obelisk,
XY
40 seconds
captain
left.
here? 40 seconds
This
to
might have
resolve
been
the matter now?
empty.
Hello?
I wonder if this
Hello?
was empty. No, it looks like it's going down
It
pretty good
probably
to
was.
one march.
I think that's a single march. Look at the health. Look at the health of the
Yeah.
thing attacking it. Yeah, it's a single march.
Yeah.
We're looking at a little duel here.
Yeah, it looks like Guan
Will
will win this duel, by the way.
XY with
20 seconds,
Nevsky?
though. I would mark.
No,
Attack,
Honda.
Attack.
Last. I
There
think
he
it's
goes.
gonna. Oh, the other
Do something.
player free. Now I don't think they're gonna make it. There's no
Yeah,
shot
10
they make
seconds
it with
left
two
until-
marches on them.
Could you imagine?
There's no shot.
If
There's
that
no shot.
Trajan...
Before the Ethel
that Ethel
Trajan
put-
got in there, it could have
4,
happened.
3, 2, 1. Do it. Port
Port?
now. Port
Hello?
now.
Porting?
Please port. Oh.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
Did any ports happen?
There may not be a teleport spot though, actually. Like they may.
That could also be the
If you look at their configuration there, they ported in a way that might actually protect it defensively.
I was kind of hoping.
Here you can see Zero Demon zeroed in on the Arc Carrier. That carrier will likely fall down. However, friends arriving for OLPA, they will take down Zero Demon. Will Zero Demon try to pick up the Arc? You know, we encountered this matter earlier, Drago. If Zero Demon picks up the Arc, that will reset the Arc timer. And then this Arc could be held. And I think if you're OLympia, you hold.
He just didn't have the chance.
No, but he
just
was
didn't
not
have
able
a
to
chance.
pick it up. Now, let's actually look at the
Why do you
clock
say
here.
that?
10 minutes on the
Deconstruct
arc.
your statement
Yeah,
there.
there's a third arc here. The only way there's not a third arc. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a third arc. There's just not a lot of time to score it, is there?
Yeah, I mean it didn't reset, so there's 10 minutes left until the arc spawns.
narrow.
You know, you were saying it would make sense for them to hold. Tell me about that, because to me, I would think based off the structures the way they look right now, they need to hold until they take their structures back, but they need to immediately cap it and try and get another arc, because right now, and that's exactly
Well,
what
you
they
think
did, just
you think
immediately capped
OLPA
it.
needs the arc? You think they can't win the
I
building
think
game?
they need it. I think they need it. Look how
Oh,
dominating.
interesting. Oh, yeah, 4 altars.
Look,
for
look at the map. It's
1254.
red.
Yeah, okay, they need
They need
the arc.
this next arc.
And they scored it
Yeah.
immediately. Yeah, they needed to.
Yeah.
They're only going to have like 2 minutes with that arc. Like, there's not going to be a lot of time to score it. All you'd need to do is have a lead, install it in order to win if you're 1254. Assuming equal provisioning, but who knows what we can assume, right? It's very hard to say.
No, I think there's still plenty of time for this arc to be captured. There's 21 minutes left in the match. 7.5 minutes until this next arc spawns. There's going to be a good, probably 5-6 minute fight in the middle, and you'll still have time to bring it back, but you got to be really sure that's what you want to do. We've talked about it earlier, right? Do you go all in on the middle 254 clearly is able to take over on the structure game when allowed to. Do you want to, grab for something and maybe get your hand cut off because you're not, holding down the fort at home while you're trying to win this middle fight? Both teams have won a middle fight respectively, so each team has proven they can win an arc match on the middle. So who takes it? I mean, right now it's knotted up for the most part. It's about a 2,000 point game right now in favor of 254, and it does look like it will expand a little bit more just because they had the map so red earlier. 254 really pushing the structure game as OLympia was able to capture the second arc.
I'm just watching this desert altar with bated breath, Drago. To see which way it goes.
Kind of what I was going to.
The marches are getting low, but the garrison... Okay, just kidding. The garrison's now filled up, topped up. The march swapping is working. Okay, the scoreboard. 19,421 to 21,972. 19 minutes and 40 seconds left in the match. 6 minutes and 15 seconds till the arc spawns in. That's 3 minutes and 15 seconds to score the next arc, right? That's... No, wait.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's about right.
I'm sorry. I'm still acting like they
so.
held the arc forever before scoring it. Just kidding. Just kidding. They're having a ton of time to work this arc. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
In my head, I was still thinking they were playing that 2-arc game, but no. They got plenty of time. Yeah. There's plenty. of time.
What they really need to do is hold their structures.
The 2-arc game possibility here.
They want to hold their structures. They want to make sure they have a solid middle fight performance, but again, not at the cost of their own buildings. And if they can even squeak away and get a few more structures started to get rallied and swarmed on the opponent's team, OLympia has a solid shot to pull the victory out here. But 2,500 point advantage, almost actually 3,000 point advantage for 254 right now. This next arc is worth 4, so there is a light at the end of the tunnel for OLympia to claw back into this match, but this is 254's match for the taking. They just have to be solid, hold their structures, and at least perform a little bit in the middle like they did last time even, and they can actually take this thing, no questions asked, go after the structures while the mid-fight's going. Both teams basically need to do the same strategy.
Yeah. This is pretty intense. I mean, the structure game is I'm looking at the points now, it's relatively even, 560 to 590. Okay. That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
But the points are about 3,000 different. I mean, there's like almost an arc worth of points here of advantage for 1254.
Yeah, it's 3,000 point lead for 254. It's a 1,000 point delta right now, but again, that's assuming all the structures remain basically the same. And who's to say in 17 minutes that that's going to be the case, considering how many of these buildings have flipped back and forth over and over and over again on both sides. There's points where OLympia has dominated the map and only left 254 with maybe 3 buildings, and then vice versa. Sometimes 254 only looked like 2 buildings, besides the outposts, of course. But again, I mean, I think with the advantages coming in here, 254 has really dominated the outpost game. I know it's small. I know it's not the flashy play, but all of those disruptions on the points per minute have totaled up, I think, and really you're starting to see the fruits of that labor come into play. 3,000 point advantage in combination with having those extra 2 buildings for so long. 254 has really built themselves a buffer. So now they can go ahead and go to this mid-fight confident that even if they don't win it, as long as they delay and continue to push the structures, which right now they just took a desert altar away from OLympia, that is devastating for the blue team right before this arc spawns in 3.5 minutes.
Man, this is such a close game. Anything could happen from this mid-fight. Anyone can win this game. It's actually very close. Mid-presence, probably about even. I'd say maybe it's slightly more red, but if you count the blue that are off to the side there, doing the distraction thing, it's probably about even. Yeah, I think it's about even. So it's not going to be.
I wonder if this is going to be
gets
adopted.
Yeah, it's going to be
I wonder
about
if this
who
is going to
plays
be
the best.
adopted from other players. That little shuffle that they're doing on the bottom. I wonder if other teams are going to adopt that strategy, or if it's even effective. I mean, what do you think? Is that effective for disrupting 254's flow into the middle? I mean, I see some people coming down right now, obviously to try and attack them. You know,
do we call it an OLympia shuffle from now on. That's the play. An Olympia shuffle.
right.
When they run some marches out to the side and shake them about.
That's
Dangle
right.
them in front of you. Hello, tasty treat. Do you want it?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Olympia
We
now
also have to
moving more
consider
of their ball down south.
the chat bringing up a very good point. We have to also consider provisions and what team both teams are. This is such a close match. Provisions could play a major role in this match in addition to this arc that spawns in 2 minutes. But like you said, they are moving heavy to the bottom. Where are they? Are they just all balling up on the wall there? What? I'm curious to see how this strategy plays out because I've never seen a team ball up in the middle of the bottom lane wall like they're doing right now, effectively giving up the temple area on both sides. I guess the question is it a distraction strategy? Is it a making the other team make a decision strategy?
They're trying to cut off all the people getting to the middle from the bottom. Right? Now all the people trying to get to middle from bottom can't get there. It's interesting.
Oh, look at the
It's
surround.
different.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know that we've seen it.
I've never seen
Okay.
like this.
254's on the move. Which way are they going? They're cutting
Arc
left.
spawns in a minute.
Lot of space for where the arc is, but space isn't going to determine who wins or loses it to the death. I think that's a really clean to the death here. That's really
How
clean
do
for
you-
OLPA. Bunny to the death as well. The fight was
How do you
clearly engaged, but I
bust
thought
this?
if there's a textbook use of to the death, OLPA pulled it right there.
Yep.
All your
Just let
marches are
them
nice
bash into it.
and lined up to battle. Hop to the death, for sure. That's nice. Sad face is now going for both sides. Lot of tension around this arc. 254, healthy lead, but if this arc goes OLPA, it's their game to win. OLPA won the last
3,300
arc in
point
the mirror
advantage.
skill matchup. You've got to be feeling pretty good about that if you're OLPA, and pretty stressed if you're 254. I'm not in the game, I'm stressed.
Do you see any other skills getting popped? I mean, was it just that one set of skills there? Like
That's it.
I don't see anything else getting
don't see
popped.
anything
I'm
else.
curious. There should be points.
I don't think they could have
There should
because
be
it was
points
such
available.
a fast turnaround, right? Even in my brain, I was like, oh, they held the arc a while, but they didn't.
No.
They didn't hold it really at all.
I feel like they could have popped
It
at
was
least a
instant
mystical
tap.
or something. What are those?
I
What are
don't think they
those
had it.
marches doing on the left side? They're just kind of sitting there. Is that real or is that fake? Looks real
Nope.
to me.
Nope, they jumped
They're
around.
moving now. Okay, they just jumped across. Okay. I was like,
No,
that's
they're
not
kind of
right.
jumping around. But I see a lot. Am I biased, Drago? I see a lot of
Look.
blue sad faces going on right now.
I
Oh
do
no, now
see
some
that.
red.
I also
Now some
see
red. I think it just looks like
254
there's
picks
more
it up.
blue because we see more of the blue walkway back. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
that's why
There's a
we
lot
just
of red
see
here
it
too.
for
This is
longer.
anybody's fight still, but this is every
This is
minute that
anybody's
goes by.
fight.
There it is.
There's war drums.
from Bunny Bot.
So
Yep.
that's how you know they were really close to having enough ability points, but not there yet.
Now Opa gets the
This
arc
is
and
actually
starting to move
pretty-
back.
Pretty down to the
It's
wire.
pretty even, I think. Yeah, blue's starting to come through here a little bit more as we start to see more and more marches thin from the middle. We have Boudica Prime versus Boudica Prime on the bottom left. Both marches almost completely dead. Looks like the Opa march does become successful and win that match. Now coming to the middle with a sliver of health left to try and do as much damage as possible. The blue team losing more and more marches, but again, like you said, we can't really see the bottom of the murder ball here, so we're not seeing all the sad faces from 254's side. Now we're starting to see some of that, and we're starting to see blue start to come in more and more as a wave. Looking at the map, it looks pretty even. We do have a 3,300 point lead in favor of 254 right now. Everything is knotted up 590 to 590 points wise. Looks like more and more 254 are coming into the middle now too. Working to their advantage is the fact that it is closer to their side. So this is a good fight for 254 to take. Even if they delay the arc from being captured, that is a winning move. More and more Olympia coming in from the top as well, trying to grab this, but 254 has the arc right now, Chisco. If they continue to hold this, Olympia could see their chances slip away on taking this fight.
I don't know who's getting this arc. Both teams are resetting to middle. 254 does have good presence, but there's plenty of OLPA to disrupt this until more people arrive from either side.
I don't know. It's starting to look very 254 heavy. I see
Is
OLPA coming in, but it's trickling, and I'm seeing a lot more dense red players than blue players where the fighting's happening. Now, the arc, on the other hand, is beelining it towards the bottom.
Holy.
Yeah, it is gone, dude.
That arc's cruising. That is what we talked about earlier today, where we said, hey, if you get a nice breakaway with that arc, it's pretty devastating. That's the pretty devastating breakaway that you really don't want to see if you're OLPA.
Yeah, still a 3,300 point match to school with this arc in Red's hands. This is going to come down to the wire. I think we got 9 minutes 50, so just under 10 minutes left in this arc. If blue cannot stop 254 from capturing this arc, and every line from the blue team is now targeting the arc right in front of you. That's their only target right now. I can see 254 starting to possibly also shift their troops towards structures to alleviate any possibility should they lose this arc. Oh, I take it back. Blue taking the Shrine of Life on the bottom lane and defending on the top lane. Blue has to do everything they can. Olympia needs to do everything they can to get this arc back and take it for their side. This is slipping away for them. 3,200 points right now in favor of 254. Olympia not looking like they're very heavy right now, but coming down the bottom lane here to try and get in front of this arc carrier in between them and the obelisk on the bottom lane. The map is starting to look quite blue, Chiscool, although both altars are
there's
still
plenty
in
of
favor
blue
of
here to
254.
disrupt this arc. There's plenty of blue here to disrupt
They're
this arc.
coming. There's a lot of red in
Yeah,
between, though.
this
They're gonna
is
have
not
to go through
over.
a buzzsaw.
This is not over. This is so far from over. Here, let me make a prediction for you. Blue will get the advantage in this fight. And if red gets here fast enough, red will then win it conclusively. But if they don't, blue is going to score this arc. That is my prediction for what's about to happen.
Does blue...
The reason
have
I say
to
that is
capture
you've
this
got
arc to
basically
win?
the entirety of the blue team having reset their marches in the middle coming here. Whereas red still has a bunch of low health marches from the mid fight, slowly crawling around, trying to get back to being relevant. So I think there is a window here for OLPA to score this arc and win this game. I think the window's super real. And although the arc is in a favorable position, this to me illustrates why I really don't like running an arc to an outpost, and I think this path was very clean. The reason I say it's very clean is that it's pretty far from the altar, which I think is going to flip blue. It's also closer to where red can refresh by the obelisks and bring fresh marches to come help. I don't know what will happen here.
I'm trying to see these structures and how they're playing out too, because there's a very real chance to school that what if now the objective from Olympia is just to prevent 254 from capturing the arc, because it's now less than a 3,000 point game and they have 3 altars. So with 7 minutes left, if they can hold this desert altar and delay this, now it's 2 shrines in favor of Olympia as well. This map is turning very blue. Now it just went back to red.
I don't think you can win this game on buildings. I think they have to score it.
It's now a 3,000 point match again. Provision's coming in.
I think OLPA has to score this arc. And if you're
going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, if you're in 254, you just go straight to the nearest building, and you can see they've already targeted Cam City. You see that yellow line, the Cam City?
Yeah.
They're going for it.
I don't think there's enough blue here. There's just not enough Olympia here. It's just not enough. The arc's down, but it's just... There's just a buzzsaw. Obviously, the reinforcements coming from these cities are going to be so quick. I just don't see
I think
enough
this is the
insatiable
path
desire
you've
used.
got to take the arc when you're in a struggle. You got to go to a city, man. Because the city is so dangerous for OLPA. They can't score at the city. And to try to run it to the obelisk is too dangerous for OLPA to score it there. Like, it's just entering deeper into the cities. I think this has got to be the optimal way. You take an arc. There it is.
254 looking like they're securing the victory here with 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes left to go in this match. OLPA doing everything they can to try and stop that from happening. Hard push being used by Bunnybot for 254, continuing to press the initiative, get these structures back. But I think there's just not enough structures to really do the job to catch up now to an almost 7,000 point lead for 254. What a match, just go always to the very end. The last two matches especially, and especially the first match too. Today has been a barn burner, hasn't it? Like, just all these matches, with the exception of the JSTOV match, were really close all the way to the end.
Yes, I don't think this is healthy for my heart. The emotions all over the board. Who's going to win? It's actually extremely entertaining. I love the feeling. This is very fun. This is great.
Yeah.
I really was impressed with OLPA's gameplay here. I said at the start, I don't think we'll see anything new. They did new stuff. And it was cool. And it worked. They were able to score that second arc. And they used these tactics with positioning around the temple that I don't think we've seen in this tournament so far. Very entertaining.
Yeah. Yep, this is looking obviously like a victory for 254, but Olympia really showing themselves. You know, we're looking at these matches today, right, where there's some juggernauts that played today. We had OneV, we had OV, we had NuV, we had JST. You know, obviously last match, you know, coming out and NuV winning, but these teams that some of the folks haven't even heard of, or some of the teams that are fighting these bigger juggernaut, well-known teams, are showing themselves very well. Camo did very well this morning. Obviously, Olympia doing exceptionally today, and NuV barely winning during the last match. So I mean, you know, these teams are showing themselves they deserve to be in the bracket that they're in this Grand Prix matchup. And you know, as we go into the final minutes of this match, and then as we probably start to sort through what just happened and what we're experiencing right now, you know, talking about maybe next match starting tomorrow. This is going to be a day for the books when it comes to this Grand Prix tournament, because this was one where it could have gone either way for some top tier teams. And I wonder if they're going to do any adjustments between now and the next set of matches, because I don't know if that they can continue to just do the same thing and expect to walk away with a win.
I think that's right. I don't think any team can expect to just run it back. I assure you that every single team still in this competition is watching every second of this competition and taking notes about what teams are doing, what they sent where, when, and why they thought they did it. Yeah, you know what I noticed less of, by the way, Drago? Less Julius Caesar.
Tell us.
Less Julius Caesar, man. All day today, less Julius Caesar. I just think filler marches are not where it's at when you can have literally every commander and every piece of equipment you want.
There's
right?
no reason
like,
to optimize if you're just gonna die on the field. Like, it makes no sense. I think the idea is there on paper, but it just doesn't make sense in practice.
I think in regular arc it could make sense, right? Like having a fat march that you fill with, because obviously your, you know, 6th or 5th set of gear is not as good as your best set of gear. Makes sense. But here, all, you know, your best set and your worst set, it's all equal. It's all legendary. So yeah, I don't think the filler marches are working out, and I think there's just been too many times where we see them needing to fight. And my God, is there just a lot of fighting on the screen? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, looks like 254 is pushing still, even though there's only 2 minutes left, and they've already soundly beaten their. Well, not soundly. I mean, it's less than a 5,000 point match, or 6,000 point match actually. It's a lot closer than it was maybe 2 minutes ago. Looks like some provisions might be coming back for the Olympia team, but they are down an altar. And again, 254 doesn't stop fighting. That's what they do, whether it's here or in KBK. So, I mean, they just continue on. But all the altars are flashing. Everybody's just doing a nice little campfire around all the altars and seeing if they can go ahead and keep it on their own side or take it from the opponent. We have hard push again with 1:30 left from Olympia. There's just some points to use. They went ahead and threw it up there just for good old time's sake. And now the map looking very red. All 4 altars are 254s. 4 structures are now currently blue, including only 1 obelisk. I'm curious how long that obelisk on the top lane will stay. If they use hard push, they may actually be able to capture it. And you might actually see that teleport happen that I was begging for earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I leave this gameplay and this matchup. Really impressed with both teams, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And you never know what to expect in this tournament for what a team's going to be able to do and accomplish. I really thought OLPA was very impressive.
Yeah, I don't think anybody. Well, I can't say that. I didn't expect OLympia to perform this well, just simply because I don't know them. I didn't get to see their last match last weekend, so this is a refreshing team to watch. They performed admirably. They did well on all phases of the game. 254 just a little bit too much, and were able to secure that last arc. This could have certainly gone either way, but I do think, again, 254 won this match. They didn't avoid defeat, if that makes sense. I think they securely won this thing. They went after it. They took it. Just a little bit too much for OLympia, but OLympia performed very well, and again, is now a name that people need to pay attention to whenever they're fighting in their own Osiris League system, and certainly in regular arc, as we see the victory for Kingdom 254. We've got the Anniversary Grand Prix, 4th match today, with a victory for 254 in the books. Red team taking it, and again, securing that victory away from the blue folks, the OLympia team. And as we jump back in together, Chiscool, I really do appreciate you joining me today, but wow, what an absolutely crazy day today of matches. I mean, we saw an avalanche of great matches. Unfortunately, only you and I got to share the third one live, but hopefully you'll be able to see that one because it was a doozy as well. But again, 254 taking out OLympia. Really excited to see as this continues to unfold, the Grand Prix continuing to flesh out its bracket. Let's throw some GGs up in the chat. Chiscool, what are your thoughts on the match today?
This match was insane. It was really entertaining. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. And I saw new stuff that I wasn't expecting to see. And every time that happens, I'm really grateful to both teams playing because I learned something new. And I gotta be honest, I mean, I don't know how you feel, Drago, but I feel like just watching this, I am learning a lot about Ark of Osiris. Even though we've already spent a lot of time casting Ark of Osiris together, I still feel like I leave these matches knowing more about the game than I did before I entered. So a big shout out to both teams. Really impressive gameplay. That was really great.
Yeah, and I feel like I did a good enough job keeping it objective, because clearly you were very subjective on that cast. So I want to give myself a nice little kudos. I'm just kidding. Obviously, it was very objective from both sides. But,
okay.
We had a good time
Drago,
together.
I did a great
always.
job casting, man. You did great.
Yeah, Drago, you did do a great job casting. I'm so happy with you. But great match.
Would have been funny
clearly,
plot twist. Just cool slams Drago at the end of the cast.
Oh, we got to keep it fun. We got to keep it interesting. That's what we do here on the official Rise of Kingdoms
I guess that
channel.
might have been
Both
a more
of us
entertaining
are.
way to run it.
I mean, why not? You know what? We should do that next time. If we say, well, you do have another match coming up. You did win. Your kingdom did win today's match. We could always get together and figure out a nice little fun thing for the community to experience. But at least today, I really appreciated the fully objective commentating, co-hosting of one Chiscool to my right, and then certainly I did my best. It's simply because I'm not involved in either of these kingdoms or teams. So really appreciate you all and how you were able to go with us together into the new stream that had to happen because YouTube Live going down midstream, which was incredible. But speaking of incredible, we do have the most valuablest player in the match from OLympia team, Jason, scoring 206,451 points. Really outstanding performance from Jason on the blue team. Unfortunately, coming up just short from a team perspective. Jason doing everything he could to help his team edge out the victory, but unfortunately for them, 254 just a little too strong. Moving on to the next bracket. Make sure everyone here utilizes the gift code that's been going up on the chat for the entire day. Make sure that you hit the like button on this new stream because it is a new stream. It's not the old one. Subscribe if you haven't done so to the official Rise of Kingdoms channel as well. Myself and Chiscool Gaming are both sponsored content creators for the makers of Rise of Kingdoms as well. Make sure you go check us both out on our respective channels, providing you daily content for this, as well as other in-game benefits and guides and tricks, all those fun things. But looking at the battle report, Chisco, we've got the tale of really a one-sided affair here, almost fully dominating the three aspects of an ARC match. That's the ARC score, the occupation score, and the provision score. Coming up just short on the provisions was 254, but really, obviously, the ARC being critical there, winning that last ARC, giving him 3,500 points. And then ultimately, again, the occupation score very heavily favored by 4,000 points almost for 254. The total kills, however, again, like we've seen across the board on all the matches today, very close. 4 million delta, really the advantage going to 254, obviously, but only a 4 million kill delta is not that much. That's basically half of a mid-fight or less, maybe even 10 seconds of a mid-fight, and that's where the 4 million's going. Both teams using those 30 teleports, but again, one team securing victory, and that is Kingdom 254. Chisco, are you going to throw a party with your kingdom whenever we get off this cast today? And if so, can I be invited?
I don't know if 1254 has a celebration they do afterwards, but I imagine they're feeling some relief because this was yet another matchup where I think it's a lot closer than the scoreboard would show. The 7,000 point margin of victory looks like a big number. This matchup was really close. It really was. So I was really appreciative. I am really appreciative of the strengths shown by really both teams in this matchup. It was a great game.
Yeah, this replay looking very juicy for the taking. I think that this is probably going to be the calmest part of this replay because top to bottom, both of these teams were making next level moves, making huge statements across the field here. We have the mid-fight, the beginning mid-fight. Again, what a great strategy to try and maneuver this mid-fight from OLympia on the blue team. 254 obviously taking that first ARC fight, pretty dominating style as well. And we're able to basically hold it for just a little bit before capturing it at that 7-minute mark. Now resetting it to the middle. Simultaneously, though, taking that Desert Altar on the top lane away from OLympia was 254. 254 looking like they're about to take it back, though, with all their marches around here. Amonatori, not the play. Even map halfway through the match, but not to be undone. 254 Sky Altar maneuver, taking out that Shrine of Life on the top lane with 5 minutes 49 seconds on that arc spawn, but not to be outdone. OLympia from the Desert Altar lane attacking the Shrine of War simultaneously. Let's see who takes that as OLympia grabs the arc in the middle, taking it back to their own, but the obelisk play. How crazy was that? I wanted 254 to teleport here so bad. They had the opportunity. There was 3 or 4 seconds where they possibly could have done it. You can have your marches anywhere on the map and still teleport. Maybe there just wasn't any teleport spots available, but look at this. Look at the spread that this third arc battle happened. To the death, Chisco pointing out a very good to the death being used. To the death from 254 also being counter used there. So it was pretty even in the middle from a buff standpoint, but then 254 getting the advantage and also using war drums there to solidify the victory. And as the match wraps up, taking the win, 254 advancing to the finals. The bracket, well, not the finals, the bracket looking here, we do have OneV and JST versus New V and 254. The winners of these two in the brackets will go to the finals to be the Grand Prix champions. I hope that you guys are going to join me. We're looking forward to seeing who's going to be coming up next. Stay tuned tomorrow for Bulba and Redline casting those matches. Chisco and I will see you guys in the finals. Cheers. We're looking forward to seeing everything here. Chisco, one last thing, I guess, before we wrap this thing up. Again, I'm still asking about that party thing. I'm really looking forward to seeing maybe if we can get a little party action.
I mean, we could have a party in the live stream chat. I was just looking at the live stream chat and I was like, oh, hey, we're on camera again. Why don't we throw some party hats in the chat and some GGs? I know we did already. All right, well, end of the day celebration. It's been a crazy day. If you haven't already subscribed to the official Rise of Kingdoms YouTube channel, what are you waiting for? There's more Ark of Osiris Grand Prix, and there's Ark of Osiris League in the future. You're not going to want to miss it.
I agree.